they are not sitting there. Testing mic 1 2. For testing mic 1 2. Hello, 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 hello. Testing mic 1 2. We will be commencing today's program by
rendering the national anthem. So can we all kindly rise up as we take the national anthem?
thank you.
Good afternoon once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our honorable board members, outstanding senior leadership team, result-driven staff, incredible senior partners, and amazing stakeholders, and everyone present here today. Like Deborah said earlier, we are here to celebrate the grand finale of our ESG Day, which has been themed Integrating Sustainability,
Delivering
Shared
shared values.
It's been an all-week-long of engaging activities such as the fastest finger, word puzzle quizzes relating to ESG and sustainability,
That's
and
right.
the word hunt. My name is Adiola Adobar, the Executive Assistant Executive Director, and beside me here is the amiable.
Adebowale Eboda, and I'm with the Legal Department Head of Compliance.
Thank you, Dave. By the way, I love your outfit. Did I mention it to you earlier?
Thank you very much. You look green. Seplat is green.
It is green.
Nigeria is green.
Is green.
I know the land is green.
Yes, and I see ourselves all adorned in our ESG t-shirts.
Absolutely.
A round of applause for
Let's put our
yourself.
hands together for ourselves. And of course, we do welcome those who are online. Of course, the formal welcoming will still take place.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. So where do we go from here?
So it's our culture here in Seplat that we have our safety briefing, and with that, I'll be welcoming one of our HSC reps, Sheon Ayeni.
Let's put our hands together for Sheon as he gives us the safety moment, safety briefing.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Okay. I was expecting a response. All right. Okay. For today, we do not have a planned drill, and we know that we have guests amongst us, so we have to do this. We are on the 6th floor, so well equipped with safety devices, the smoke detectors and firefighting equipment. So when the alarm goes off, we just wait for an announcement over the PA system to let us know whether to evacuate the building or not. And based on what the instruction is, we evacuate or we don't. And when you want to evacuate, we just make our way out of the room to the extreme right, and then you turn left, you see the fire exit door. Push that door to go out and move briskly downstairs. There'll be fire wardens over there to guide you through the evacuation process. And when you get downstairs, there'll also be some people to guide you to the muster area. All right? That's on evacuation. And for conveniences, same way towards the exit, when you get to the right and then turn left, you'll see the two conveniences on your left and your right, the ladies on this way and the gents on this way. So that's for convenience. And like I said, we are here to guide you if the alarm goes off. We hope it won't. Once again, have a safe time today and happy ESG Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sheon. Yeah, I'm just going to
So you
slide.
heard we don't have any planned drills for today. However, if you hear an alarm,
It's real.
Yes. So I came across an article a few days ago, and I'm just going to read it briefly. It states that the ESG is it's responsible. It represents a fundamental shift in how business operates and investors make decisions. It embraces the notion that financial success and responsible practices go hand in hand, and by considering ESG, companies can create long-term value, build on a more resilient future, and contribute to a more sustainable and equitable world. This quote was from the Hack Online network. So before we go next to what's on the agenda, over to you.
Dave, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Diola, when we talk about ESG, a lot of times people think it's something shrouded in mystery. ESG is part and parcel of our everyday life. As human being, as an individual, as I'm standing here, I represent ESG. You represent ESG.
Absolutely.
You live in an environment called the body, and we have social interactions with people. And we need our consciousness, our minds, and our intellect to carry that out. So we need to take care of, I need to take care of my body if I want to be able to interact socially with people or be alive to interact socially with people. And then when you talk about, that's the social aspect, then you talk about the G, you talk about governance. And then you have the brain. When you're speaking of the brain in terms of a company, you have the board that talks about the will, they are the will and the mind of the company. And then you then talk about, what else? You have ESG. I am ESG, you are ESG, and every single one of us.
Represents ESG.
Absolutely. So, and the program has been designed, and kudos to the sustainability team and the entire steering committee, the way the program has been designed. We have the setting of the tone, and after that, we now have an overview of the strategy of the company when it comes to ESG. And of course, you can see some of the members of the board and the representatives of the board already walked in. Yeah, and then you go to the driving. How do we drive ESG on a day-to-day basis? And of course, we have a driver. There must be someone driving the wheel on a day-to-day basis. But we should not go into let the whole card out of the bag. So what do we have next? We're going to call on somebody.
In welcoming this person, she'll be setting the tone, and it's no other person
than the Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Chelma Fair. Put your hands together for her.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, officially now. Good afternoon and welcome. My job is really easy because the real addresses are coming following mine. But thank you so much to our honored guests. I recognize the presence of our regulators and our JV partners who are here. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend a few hours with us. ESG is at the heart of all that we do. Sustainability is embedded in our corporate strategy, and we'll be saying a lot about that as we move forward. So in terms of setting the tone, I think the compares already started by saying this entire week has been focused on ESG. And for today, there will be panels, discussions, conversations, really engaging sessions. So I crave your indulgence to please dedicate 3 hours with us today to take the time to learn, listen, query, ask questions, and hopefully we leave here even more committed to our sustainability and ESG goals. It's a relatively formal session, but a bit of disruption will happen sometime towards the end, and I look forward to that when we'll actually have proper conversations. So welcome, and I think we move on to the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can do better than that for Chelma. Thank you very much. Everybody is in green. Even the chairman is in green.
I love it.
Okay, so, Ade, when it comes to strategy, no other set of persons, committees, or leadership is in the right position
to talk about
strategy than the board. And we have representatives of the board here, but we have the arrowhead of the board here is none other than the chairman of the board of directors of Seplat Energy Plc. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Basil Ome, CON. You can do better than that.
I'd like to also add my thanks and welcome to our regulators and our partners who are joining us today. I think we are at the heart of our business, or something that should be the heart of our business. And ESG should be the heart of our business. I remember when most of these buzzwords, as they were then, they were really ideas. When these ideas started coming into the business, when business started feeling some accountability, much more accountability to society than just shareholders, people actually just did them to sort of tick a box and to pass. I think when it came to the environment and the social, especially if you are in our kind of business, oil and gas, it really started having meaning. And so this sustainability and ESG, the advancement, because we've been doing parts of them for a long time, has a very good home in Seplat. Why do I say it has a good home? You see, everything you need to do, obviously we start from some thought process, some framing, some policy, then some strategy, then plans. And we've done it very well in one aspect of our business that's almost related, which is safety. And I think one thing I'm really proud about Seplat is the great safety results we keep getting. And if you can actually imbibe safety and internalize it and integrate it, then we should be able to do ESG. It's exactly the same mindset, exactly the same philosophy. The board spent a lot of time debating, which is important, debating, and not whether we were going to chase after ESG as fast as we could, was more about how do you frame it and how do you get people around it, what challenges you are going to face. And that obviously that ends up in your policy, and that policy goes into strategy, then it's deployed in plans. We are now where it's essentially deployed in the business. And I think our ESG report of last year, probably one of the most advanced we'd had, and I believe that even the one for next year will still be better, remembering that all the framings are still changing, the measurements are changing. But the way I will encourage people to think of ESG and sustainability is that it's actually the first thing you do whenever you want to do a project, using the project in a very wide sense. Because once you've imbibed your principles, you will not go to build a house with first of all asking you some real basic questions. And the question really is, what size of house do I need? How much footprint am I going to? Because that means that you already recognize that you don't own this planet. This planet is owned by many. And this planet has to be used sparingly and well used so that it's sustainable for us to sustain life here for a long time to come. And once you've done that, then you're going to ask yourself, people are going to live here, I'm going to need energy. And what kind of energy will I support living here with? Then you say, obviously, because we are talking sustainability, it has to be something sustainable. So it has to be renewable. And then what renewable is available where you live? Is there wind? Is there solar? If it's solar, do you have enough space to actually put out your panels? Or are the whole world's going to be made of a panel? You see, you're already thinking sustainability. You haven't designed anything. An architect hasn't drawn a line. That is how it should be. So by the time you're actually putting your first line on paper, you've actually have framed your ESG philosophy around it. That is the way we do safety. And that is the way we should also do ESG. I think what is beautiful about this is that whenever you do business and you actually know your customers, that's when you actually enjoy the business you do. If you do something and you don't know your customers, you actually don't know if they are satisfied or how to actually deal with them. ESG gives you a whole class of customers, the society. If you're talking on the social side, the climate is also the social side. Of course, your partners, your shareholders, your investors, The business still has to be sustainable from a profitability point of view. Then, of course, the biodiversity around where you work, the ecosystem you work. And once you agree that you owe all those areas some accountability, and you are to do something to meet their well-being, to improve their well-being, then you are thinking sustainability. The rest is really just building it around the framework we have designed, which we are supposed to work. What I really want to say is that it's in the mind. It starts from the mind, and if you think it, then you can do it. Yeah, you don't bolt it on. You don't have a sustainability person. You know, in those days, I think we started off by calling it, what's it called? It wasn't sustainability, but something that came before ESG. Eh? Yeah, those were part of it. But in those days, you know, when you have a department and your boss comes and says, we are going to do this, you just take one of the staff, you write the title and put it on his head. You are my ESG man. And the rest just keep doing the business they are doing. And that guy wrote all the reports. I said, but that has completely changed, because each and every one of us have to deliver our share of it, starting with our thinking from where we sit. Yeah? If you're on the board, does the company have the right policy? Are there good targets? Have you recruited the right people? Are you even in the right business? The business you're going, is it sustainable, or you should go do something else? That's for the board. And that's for every director. And at the board level, we spend quite some time on sustainability. As you know, we do have a sustainability committee that is just to aggregate what we do on sustainability. But that's not where we do sustainability. Sustainability is done in every committee of the board. Finance committee, risk committee, whatever. You find that it runs through everything we do, and ESG as well. So I think when you are in the place we are in the world, Africa, the social is very important. You all are aware of what the climate debate is, how our part of the world should respond to it. We are the poorest in energy use, or poorest access to energy in the whole regions of the world. And therefore, access to energy becomes one of the key sustainability or ESG goals we must have. And beside all the other goals that the UN is pursuing, but access to energy, if you are talking ESG and climate, is important. It means that there has to be compromises. Yeah? You have to have access to energy, but you have to have that asset in a way that is more climate friendly and more sustainable. We do quite a lot of social as well, I must say, in our community development programs and the way we work with our stakeholders. But I think that this is how you find they all help each other. But if you look at ESG reporting, especially the environmental and climate and emission reporting, they're in a class of their own. I think we also ought to start reporting our socials in similar way. We need to challenge what we report on the social. We go to a community and we invest $100 million, and we report a line that says we have invested maybe 10 million, that 100 on local community. But if I might use the emission language, how much of that is scope 1? How much is scope 2? And how much is scope 3? that's the way we should also now be thinking of social. You know, you use this emission reporting to also improve your social reporting. I think we need to do a lot more on social. We should be able to say, because we are present in that community, yeah, what shall I use? Spendable income of the women in the village has increased by so and so. That's because somebody has measured it or worked out how to measure it. These are the kind of things I think we should be doing so that we can actually engage properly. Because we are going to move at different spaces, at different paces in the global climate goals. And everybody needs to be able to defend their journey and what they are doing on our journey. I think we are doing a lot on social, but we need to be able to measure it and be able to report it properly. And all these things are really done so that our business can continue to thrive, our societies can continue to prosper, and we can beat our chest and say we are climate friendly. So I congratulate you for getting to this day. I'm happy to hear and listen to all the debate that will take place. But I think we have a structure and a framework for success. We just have to be diligent in the way we do it. And remember, you cannot improve what you cannot measure. So measurement becomes very important. Thank you very much.
You can do better than that. Put your hands together for the chairman, Mr. Basil Umi. Thank you very much. He said quite a number of useful things. He said, think ESG. As you're walking into the office, think ESG. As you're driving your car, think ESG.
If you can think it, you can do it.
Exactly. Our time is fast ticking, and we're going to call on the driver. Who is on the driver's seat? Driving the whole thing.
Yes, he will be speaking to us on driving the Seplat's mission and vision in a sustainable manner.
None other than our CEO, Mr. Roger Brown. Put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the lectern.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, I think, isn't it? Yes. It is, just turned afternoon. So thank you very much. First of all, let me just recognize our partners and our regulators, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. We take this very seriously, and I'm glad and delighted you're here to join us. The good thing about following the chairman is I think he's probably captured all the ESG in that one opening speech. I think he's captured every element of it. And it just tells you how the board's thinking about it and the depth of importance on this for the board. So as he said, you know, ESG is not something you sort of think about it once in a while. It's like safety. It's all the time. And you know, if you look at our vision as a company, when we sat down and created this vision, we talked about transforming lives through energy, not just doing what we're going to do, but to transform it. And that's a lot of thought went into those words, because we don't want to just be run of the mill. We want to make a big leap forward and transform it. And then we look at the mission, right? And Nigeria is going through a transition. It's set out its targets. It's signed up the Paris Accord and everything else. Carbon zero by 2060. Okay, what Seplat wants to do is lead. So not just be part of it, not just be a sort of another, to actually lead it. So that's first line of our mission. And then with affordable, accessible, and reliable energy. So the cost of this energy in this country is far too high, and it's holding back everything we're doing. We can't do healthcare, we can't do education, we can't do employment, we can't do social improvements with this cost of electricity. And what Seplat needs to do is obviously drive down that cost of electricity, which is what we're doing with our gas developments, and then we'll move into renewable energy. And we'll talk a lot about the strategy going forward, and what we're doing in every element to it. Okay, and then what we want to do is we then use the last line of the mission, which is to drive. That's proactive. It's not passive. To drive, and we call it social and economic prosperity. So it's not about just economic prosperity, but we've got to be able to measure the social gains of our business. So I'm not going to speak for too much longer. We have a panel later on, which you're going to have it. But let me talk about the slight changes we've made. So we created what we call the Sustainability Management Committee. And that is 8 leaders of the business come together on a monthly basis. It's a permanent committee. That SMC, before we had a steering group, now we've made it a formal committee. That SMC then reports up in through the Sustainability Committee of the board, but also has interactions with all the other committees, and actually will be reporting into the board as well. That committee is deliberately set up because we need to be ingrained in every single aspect of our business, ESG and what it really means. So before we had a sustainability committee in one of the departments, what we've now done is we've embedded every aspect of ESG. So we've got an environmental, with Sam and Effie. If we didn't have Sam and Effie, we'd have the green, and Gary as well, we'd have the greenest company in the world. We wouldn't make any money because we wouldn't have any operations, but we'd certainly be the greenest company in the world. So where you embed the E is within the operational teams. Looking at the social, Chomafi, we've got to embed in the social programs. On the governance side, which is across a lot of the business, but Edith. On employee side, what we're going to do is Charles Bandy. So what we did is we created this committee. This committee has a very important agenda, a mandate, a report into the SLT as well, and up into the board. Those are some of the changes we've made just to make the very clear statement at Seplat that we take this extremely seriously. We're thinking about it 24/7, 365, and it's not an afterthought. It's exactly what part of our business is going to be. I'm going to stop speaking now. I'm going to go on head back to our wonderful compares, and we can then have a great day. We're going to enjoy ourselves, ask all the questions. There's no stupid questions, and let's have a fantastic day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Again, remember the energy part of Seplat. Put your hands together for Roger again with some vigor energy. It's called Seplat Energy. Adi.
Okay, thank you, Devo. Thank you, Roger, for that remark. Quickly, who can tell me in 2 seconds what is Seplat's vision? In 2 seconds. Seplat's vision. I'm looking at you all. We just talked about the vision and mission. In 2 seconds.
Well,
Is that a prize to that?
thank you very much. It's actually called Transforming Lives Through Energy. Put your hands together for yourselves. Okay, so Ade, where do we go from here?
Fun fact, by the way, ESG-focused business tends to have a better reputation, which can attract customers and investors who align with their values. That's actually a fun fact, and for us to think much about. So up to the next agenda, we've been talking about integrating sustainability, delivering shared values. We have a pre-recording of some of our sustainability champions.
That's right.
So over to you, audiovisual. Can you please?
So we call on everybody to please look to the screen on both on your left and on your right. And of course, we recognize those of you online. You're very welcome once again. And we'll now turn to the screen. Thank you.
The thing about ESG when it comes to oil and gas is that inherently we are, in quotes, unsustainable because the resource that we're going after is something that you cannot replenish. However, what we try to do is just do better in terms of making sure we don't exhaust it quickly and ensuring that emissions are low. And I think going on that path, I think Seplat has started very actively on that path. I'll just quickly mention that we're doing a lot of work around flares down, around tree planting as well. That's to reduce our carbon emissions and also capture some of the emitted carbon. Another thing we've done quite well is to give ESG the prominence that it deserves in terms of the scorecard for the group as a whole.
Issues on the environment kept increasing. You have the flooding, you have desertification, you have GHG emissions, so many other environmental issues occurring. And as it occurs, it's affecting every aspect of the environment. It does not matter whether you are here in Nigeria or you are out there in Europe or in UK or anywhere you think of. The issue is the same. And so this framework on ESG provides now stakeholders how to understand how we in organization manage the environment, social aspect of course, social aspect of our operation, as well as the governance.
Embedding ESG in our operation strategy as an organization has really helped us to reduce carbon emission into the environment. And this is through the Fugitive Emission Measurement Campaign program that is presently driven by the Corporate Production and Maintenance Department. We all know that when carbon is trapped in the atmosphere, it leads to global warming. And also implementing the standards in an organization brings innovation. I mean, we are all a witness to this, that Seplat has discontinued the use of plastic water bottles, and this has really made us to be a part of the solution to environmental risk. Integrating sustainability and delivering shared values. This basically talks about incorporating economic, social, and environmental factors to our policies and practices as an organization.
How was that? Fantastic. Okay, so let's feel the pulse. How are we feeling? How do we feel? Are we good? Great, excellent. Okay, so once again, we'd like to acknowledge those who are online with us right now. And as the screen master is showing, we acknowledge everybody who is online. Thank you for being there. And whilst we're also acknowledging those online, I know that at some point, formal recognition of some of our invited guests will be done. Yes. But at least for now, we'd like to welcome again those who are here present with us. We have Mr. Bamidele Dada from the NU Plc. Sir, you're welcome, sir. We have Mr. Mohammed. Put your hands together. Yes, a round of applause for them. Thank you. We have Mr. Mohammed Sirajo. You're welcome, sir. Of course, we have Miss Madam Awa Usman. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please pardon me, ma'am. And we have Mr. Omige Ikponwosa. Sir, please, apologies, sir. You're welcome, sir. We do recognize you, sir. Mr. Abdurrahman Abiodun. Thank you very much, sir, from NMDPRA. We thank you, sir, for coming. We have a host of other people that we're still expecting. Mr. Nuhu Abib from NUPLC and Neke Lund from Sustainable Finance, and a host of all others. And we recognize our staffs and our management. You're all welcome here. A round of applause for everybody. We're really honored to have you here, sirs and ma'ams. Yes.
So we're about to go down into the core business of the day, which is our first panel session, and this will be moderated by Chris Jones. He's a partner in Buchanan Communication Limited. He's also an ESG and sustainability expert. We'll be joining Chris virtually. Over to you, Chris.
And whilst we're waiting for Chris and the panelists definitely all of them joining online. Still talking about ESG. From all that we have heard today, ESG is actually not what we only do. ESG is a way of living.
It is. We heard from our External Affairs and Sustainability Director, also reiterated by our Board of Chairman, talking about ESG being the heart of the business and some of the objectives of why we're here or why we've been celebrating the ESG all through this week is to reinforce the importance of ESG and the impact on its business. Oh, I see Chris over there.
That's right. Hi, Chris.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very loudly, loud and clear.
Okay.
So we'll be yielding the virtual lectern to you for you to introduce the panelists. It's now your show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all stakeholders of Seplat. Thank you to the chairman and the CEO for today's introduction and for the warm reception. My name is Christopher Jones. I'm a partner at Buchanan Communications. We're an international ESG advisory consultancy who've been working with Seplat and the ESG team at Seplat on their sustainability strategy and disclosures through their sustainability report over the last year or two. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately I'm speaking from a very rainy day in London. But I'd like to thank Grace Amadi and her ESG team for inviting me to today's event. And indeed, I'm honoured to be asked to moderate today's panel. It's called The View from the Board. It's going to be a discussion around how ESG sustainability has been embedded in Seplat's strategy. And I'm pleased to be joined by three members of the board. We have Madam Natalie Delapalme, Chair of the Sustainability Committee, Mr. Bellu Rabiu, Chair of the Risk Management and HSSE Committee, and Ms. Kusum Kalyan, Member of the Energy Transition Committee. So we have 25 minutes for our conversation, so I'm going to try and get quickly to the thoughts of the panel. In terms of what we will be discussing, in 21, the board adopted a new strategy which put ESG at the heart of Seplat's operations and recognised the impact of climate change. The strategy is based on two imperatives: building a sustainable business and delivering energy transition. And this underpins Seplat's mission of leading Nigeria's energy transition with accessible, affordable and reliable energy, themes which have already been picked up in today's introductions. But if I can now turn to our panel and ask them in their capacity as the non-executive oversight function that's helped to guide and assess the sustainability progress at Seplat, we'd like to ask for your reflections on the company's progress to date. And I'd first like to ask Ms. Kusum Kalyan, I think a three-part question. Good afternoon. Please, could you tell us the reasons behind the board's decision to place ESG at the heart of the new strategy? How is that helping drive Seplat's performance as a company? And how important is it, do you think, in shaping the perception of Seplat amongst stakeholders in Nigeria internationally? Over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, board colleagues, and members of our staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think ESG provides a framework to assess the company's business practices and performance on various sustainability, governance, and ethical issues. It's key to understand the risks facing the business, and ESG allows us to answer the question how to mitigate these risks, to create opportunities and integrate them in our strategy. It's also about understanding the incredible opportunity that energy can play in transforming the lives and the existence of the people in Nigeria. But what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. So the company has undertaken an exercise in understanding the material issues that impact both the company and its stakeholders and conducting a gap analysis of where we need to be, which is to be a regional leader in energy transition and sustainable business. Now, in order to achieve any objectives related to social or environmental value creation, Seplat ensures that it has the necessary policies and procedures in place for strong and responsible decision-making within the business. These policy guides our strategy and help us improve performance in health and safety outcomes by better training our workforce, including the board and all staff, and this includes both face-to-face and online. Drive out corruption by having ethical policies and procedures, encourage local supply chain capabilities by holding vendor forums, and reduce our carbon footprint by eliminating routine flaring. So whilst these sort of outcomes might traditionally be perceived as being perceived as doing the right thing, they can have material financial impacts that realize a reduction in operational risk, as well as resource cost efficiencies. And these themes are central to building both international investor confidence and stakeholder confidence support. I think that are important in attracting the ESG sensitive and low cost capital. Proper management of ESG influences what I call the long-term financial prospects, the reputational capital, and improves asset management, and at the same time save us environmental cost. It also assists stakeholders to make informed decisions that can have a major positive impact on the company's performance. I would also like to add that enhanced reporting on ESG is important to stakeholders, employees, investors. I think it shows our dedication to responsibility and sustainability for ESG. Thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chris.
And thank you very much for that contribution. I'd now like to turn to Madam Natalie Della Palme. And perhaps, Madam Natalie, you could describe for us the progress or potentially the key milestones the company's achieved over the last couple of years in embedding the business strategy or ESG into the business strategy, and if you could particularly focus on achievements within either building a sustainable business or how the company has contributed towards delivering energy transition. Madam Natalie, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, is it okay? Do you hear me? I hope it's not too noisy. First, I would like to state again, even if it has been said already so well, but our chairman, our CEO, and my colleague assume that as an African energy company, we are facing a double challenge. One, because when it comes to ESG, and this is why it makes it key to embed ESG in our strategy, which is what we have done and are doing. First, as operating in the oil and gas sector, we are most challenged today by the ongoing conversation around climate change, heated now by the multiple climate disasters. This conversation, it's not only at institutional or multilateral levels, but it's also at investor levels, at civil society levels. For all stakeholders, fighting climate change has become a priority. Two, as an African company, we all know the rather punitive assessment of African risk. But as an African company, sustainability is key indeed, as our chairman said so well, because we all know that 60%, over 65% actually, of the population of African continent is under 25. So making sure indeed that we are building a sustainable business is absolutely key. So embedding ESG in our company, it's not only a matter of compliance, of making sure that we are ticking all the right boxes. It is also a great opportunity to showcase the ability of Seplat as a leading African energy company to make ESG a key component of its business strategy. So what we have done, and we have made huge progress over the last 2 years, it's first to ensure indeed that we have to ensure the best level of compliance with international norms. And second, to highlight our key and specific role as an African energy company. Once again, without energy, no health, no education, no job prospects, no hope to achieve either the Sustainable Development Goals or the goals of African Union Agenda 2063. So providing access to energy when we are an African energy company is absolutely key. Over the past 2 years, we have made huge progress in embedding SDGs as ESG in our company strategy. First, we've made sure that we are aligned with the most relevant and up-to-date global frameworks and norms when it comes to ESG. And this is not an easy task because, as the chairman said, frameworks and indicators keep changing all the time. But we can safely say that Seplat is now an advanced level member of the UN Global Compact. When it comes to disclosures on climate risk management, we are following the TCFD framework, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And more generally, on ESG reporting, we align with the sector leading standards of GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, and IPIECA, International Petroleum Industry Environmental Conservation Association. In order to achieve this, we have put in place monitoring systems. This is also absolutely key because we cannot manage what we don't measure. And we need to ensure that we are implementing our commitments, and if not, to understand and to make sure we take the right measures to do so. So we have conducted an extensive gap analysis of ESG performance and action plans. We have deployed a greenhouse gas accounting system. We have developed an end-of-routing flaring program with a roadmap to enable to follow the implementation. We have created and embedded 6 new ESG-related policies to guide us in various dimensions: biodiversity protection, climate risk, human rights, sustainable procurement. We have also tied our executive space to the achievement of our sustainability goals. Since 2022, 25% of the KPIs on our corporate scorecard are sustainability related. And last but not least, as our CEO explained, we have created this overarching SMC, Sustainability Management Committee. So I'll stop there, but I'll come back later on this access to energy, which is absolutely key. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nathalie. I'd like to now return to Ms. Kusum Kalyan to talk about governance. Governance is one of the 3 elements of ESG, and Seplat prides itself on strong corporate governance. It's got the 6 pillars: business strategy, enabled by strong governance and risk management. Ms. Kusum, can you give us some insight into the role of the board in embedding strong governance at Seplat and potentially touch on some of the challenges you might have had to overcome in order to achieve this?
Thank you, Chris. The board is very committed to supporting a very strong ethical approach and has helped Seplat to establish the standards, the procedures, the guidelines for implementing a code of business conduct, which embeds our values as an ethical operator across all our operations. I think the board's oversight of the sustainability agenda includes monitoring both ESG-related management systems as well as performance against our defined, I would say, the ESG KPIs, targets and objectives. The board's leadership on ESG and sustainability-related matters is exercised primarily through the Sustainability Committee, the Risk Management and HSSE Committee, and the Energy Transition Committee. I think the framework not only helps to deliver the necessary reporting disclosure, but it also encourages engagement with stakeholders. I think the strength of the company's key policies, such as diversity and community development, I think are very essential in driving this project. And I would like to say that it's also driving talent attraction and retention as a company that is very, very strict on ESG. The challenges that I would say we have or we have to address is the main challenge of ESG is in creating and embedding awareness within the organization for all staff who are our critical stakeholders. I think they need to be invigorated from time to time, as we are doing today, by our ESG journey. Understand its impact on the business and the role of employees in embedding the ESG as part of the Seplat culture. I think this is important in developing an ESG culture. The mindset, I think our chairman mentioned that today, the mindset that can deliver the objectives that are central to Seplat's strategy. And to address this challenge, we held our inaugural ESG Day last year with the theme Collaborating for Sustainability to demonstrate to staff their roles in actualizing the company's ESG objectives. I think discussions during the day covered topics such as Seplat's ESG policies, ESG corporate KPIs, ESG's reporting processes, and the key themes included identifying a continued and a very critical consideration for ESG in business risk management, value creation, and how it is essential to embed ESG within the Seplat culture to successfully deliver on our energy transition goals. I'd also like to add is that in my previous company, the chairman always asked the question, if you have to wake up one of your colleagues at 3 a.m. in the morning, will they remember what the ESG culture is? And that is what we're striving for, that the ESG culture is embedded in the minds, the hearts, and the soul of all the stakeholders and our staff in the company. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you again, Ms. Gibson, for that contribution. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Bello Rabiu, Chair of the Risk and HSSE Committee, who's been waiting patiently. But I'd like to come to you with perhaps the first of two questions. I'm picking up the last speaker's comments around energy transition. Climate change and energy transition are probably or arguably the most significant risks facing oil and gas producers, which is why it's a critical component of the company's ESG strategy. And the company is committed to eliminating routine methane flaring by the end of the year, but has not set other decarbonisation targets. So I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Rabiu, what the latest thinking at board level is about this and how soon the company will adopt a net zero goal for its own operational, and we're probably talking scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions, and then potentially what you think the challenges are around scope 3 emissions. Does the board see climate change as a risk or an opportunity, Mr. Rabiu?
Thank you very much, Chris, for this 3-in-1 question, and very interesting question as well. Well, maybe before I start talking about the responsibility of Seplat in addressing the challenges of climate change and energy transition, I would like us to just to understand 3 issues that we face in the operating environment. We are a company operating in Nigeria, and as it stands today, Nigeria has vast resources of oil and gas. We have more than 30 billion barrels of oil reserves. We have over 200 TCF of gas, and this is in terms of the energy requirement globally is what is required and what is being used by everybody to actually develop themselves. Secondly, as a country, Nigeria is basically, like we can say, the energy poverty capital of the world. We are extremely poor in terms of energy access. We have a lot of people that have no access to energy whatsoever. Even within Sub-Saharan Africa, we have our least actually among the countries. So clearly, the government of Nigeria also is desirous of having the responsibility to ensure energy access to its people. It's ready to also make sure that some people are out of poverty as soon as possible, because we have a lot of people that are multidimensionally poor in the country, over 133 million people as at last year's data issued by the Statistics Office of Nigeria. So clearly, again, as a nation, we're in a country which has given us the license to operate. That is also desirous of having access to energy. And this energy is also required everywhere in the world, and we have sources of it. So clearly, we also need to see what we can do to support the country's requirement and also try to support its desire. There are two fundamental policy already issued by the country. One is that they consider 2021 to 2030 as decade of gas. So they want to do whatever they can to really develop the gas resources in the country for the benefit of Nigerians. The second one is the fact that they wanted to take at least 100 million people out of poverty also in the same decade, in 10 years. So this is the second part of the leg that we're actually operating on. The third one also is the fact that the IOCs operating in Nigeria have declared their intention to actually exit some of the major assets that they're operating in the onshore and shallow water areas. And that has also given a responsibility for indigenous companies like Seplat to actually come in, ensure the sustainable development of those assets and delivering value to the shareholders as well as the country in Nigeria. So it is from this perspective that we actually can see where Seplat strategic intention stands in terms of both the climate change issue and global consensus, as well as the energy transition. So in doing so, actually, even though we declared 2024 as a last date for our Russian gas flaring elimination, which may be the first in the country as far as the E&P companies are concerned, but we're also mindful of the fact that because we are also participating in the acquisition of some of these assets of the IOCs that actually have a lot of flaring also in them, this 2024 is actually targeted to the existing asset of Seplat. But going forward, as soon as we finish acquisition of ExxonMobil and other assets that we are trying to acquire in the country, we also have to review our target for that flaring. But we're assuring the country and the people that by 2024 December, we'll be out of routine flaring in the country. Then the issue of the scope 2 and scope 1, scope of the climate change and ESG issues, we are really in the position to say that we have done a lot, and we actually are ahead of others in terms of measuring what we are doing and ensuring that our emission is reduced. So we are doing a lot on that basis, and in trying to define our own net zero emission target, we first of all have to understand that the country itself, Nigeria as a country, have committed to 2060. But we're having 3 scenarios as far as the board of Seplat is concerned. We're thinking of 2060 as the last or the worst case scenario. But we want to also be in a medium range of trying to see that we can actually be net zero by 2050. The last and the most aggressive is actually 2040. So these 3 scenarios what we're working about, and by the time we actually know where we are in terms of asset acquisitions, stabilizing our operation, and getting to where we want to be, we really will be in a position to say this is our target for net emission. But be assured that we are in a position to make sure that we are complying with international best practice in terms of what we are doing in the operations. We are trying to ensure that we do the best we can to eliminate flaring and also have minimum emission within a very short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabiu. And it's clear we could probably speak a lot more on the topics around diversifying away from oil and gas and also some of the social impacts as well that the company is able to deliver through its strategy. But unfortunately, I think we've run out of time on this particular topic today.
Yes, you have.
Have asked me to round up. So I'd just like to say thank you very much to everybody for listening to this panel today. And I think it's obvious there's significant progress has been made. There's a clearly defined roadmap, and the business is resilient going forward. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel contributions today and hand back to the to our compere. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Wow.
Well, that was a good conversation, and thank you once more to Chris for directing that conversation. We've heard from the board's point of view the importance of embedding ESG in Seplat strategy.
That's right. So much going on in there. And as Roger said, it is very clear that we are not, as we'll hear later, we are not, have you heard that word wash? The kids have a way of saying, Daddy, don't wash me. So we're going to hear so much about greenwashing. And so Seplat is actually not greenwashing. We are actually we're living this, and we're leading the pack. And is it not amazing that actually the chairman is putting on a green cap? And you know what we said about ESG, about governance, that the board, so the board is actually thinking ESG. Okay, so I think this is a good time. It's our culture. Part of ESG is our culture in Seplat that we do not keep you seated for too long. And, we think, remember, think. That's what the chairman started. Think ESG. I think this is a good point. Our time is fast spent, but this is a good, at this juncture. Diola, what do you think?
Just for a minute, for us to all stand up.
Yeah, just stand up. And for those of us who are online, before we get into the next agenda, you can just shake your body a bit, exchange pleasantries, and all of that. Yeah, get to meet people, And Ade, whilst all of this is going on, as Malam Bello said, and Madam Kusa, Madam Kalian, Madam Natalie, and Chris, during the course of their discussion, you find that a lot is going on in terms of governance, putting policies in place. That Madam Kusa Kalian spoke all about that, and Madam Natalie, who is the Sustainability Board Committee chair, spoke a lot about the social aspect of it and all that we're doing. She's very passionate. She's particularly known to be passionate about delivering energy, clean energy, to every community, in Nigeria. And of course, Malam Bello did a very good job in terms of now, as a risk chair, dimensioning, the challenges we're going through, in terms of transitioning into new clean, reducing our footprint and all of that, and at the same time the acquisition and all of that. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. I think we should all put our hands together for ourselves. I think we should put our hands together for ourselves, as we begin to zero in, as we go into the next phase of today's event. Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So next on the agenda is the fireside.
At the fireside, and the fireside chart, we have the director New Energy, Mr. Okon, and he's going to be having that conversation with his team members. I'm sure he's going to come back to his seat very soon because he's next online, Mr. Okon and his team. You'll be coming online. You'll be coming up the stage. We'll be inviting you up the stage in another 1 or 2 minutes. So I believe someone is taking a cue from that. But you see, when you talk about, whilst we wait for the panel to get themselves together, when we talk about, decarbonizing and reducing our footprint, through our pillar 2 and pillar 3. There's so much going on in that space. So much talk about carbon credit monetization. A lot of strategy going on in terms of that. We have the Oaji South Flare gas recovery project going on, and of course you should know all about all of this because you're sitting with Gary, and you also have the Oben condensate glass flare out project, and all of that, yes, and Ibuku gas development opportunity and all of that. So much is going on in that space. And we now have our Director of New Energy, Mr. Effiong Okon.
Yes, and the conversation will be around leading Nigeria's energy transition through our gas and renewable business.
Okay, so before we call Effie, I'm just being told that the members of the team will be coming up, the new energy team. We have Omotayomi DG. Please put your hands together for Omotayomi DG. We're going to have Chinyere Oje and Naomi Nabugu. Please put your hands together for them. Please put your hands together for this wonderful people, that are helping us with all the, decarbonization and all of that. And we'll hand over to you. No, you can make use of this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omotayo. You can call me Tayo. So we are having a fireside chat with Effie. I think we all know Effie, and I don't need to go through his resume. So Effie, please join us on the stand. All right. So we are going to try and make this as informal as possible. Okay. So Effie, I'll kick this off. You are very important. You have a key role in Seplat's drive to achieve and diversify our foundations in oil and gas. You can use that. And play a leading role in Nigeria's energy transition, right? So how is that going? And can you highlight the short, medium, and long-term goals for the gas and renewables business?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think delighted to be here as well to support these amazing events. Our second ESG day, right? Another one last year. So I think it's been great opening. I hope you never forget the chairman word, think, dream, and sleep ESG. That's one takeaway from me here today. So in terms of how this is played out, I'll say it's taking some time. We're trying to understand pillar 3 especially. We're very good at pillar 1, pillar 2. For folks who might not understand the strategy, our strategy has got 3 pillars. Pillar 1 is the upstream business, pillar 2 is midstream gas, and 3 is the new energy. Looking at power, where that power comes from, renewable or from gas, all sorts. So that's how we structured the strategy. In terms of journey, I'll say roller coaster. I don't know if that's the word you use. It's a very bold ambition we've gotten into. If you look at all the independents today, very few independents have come out to really make some bit of bold ambition to the public around getting into the new energy space. When I talk about our peers who are looking at Cosmos or Tulo, they're still very much focused on pillar 1. But as usual, we always like to blaze the trail. So we've gone to the public and we're working a very hard strategy to deliver on the new energy. So for me, if I look back and reflect on the journey, I'll say, I use the word roller coaster because I think it's been quite exciting. It's taken a while for us to first understand the business. You really can't get into business you don't really understand, especially on pillar 3 power. We've explored a broad range of opportunity, off-grid, on-grid, embedded power, sub-franchise model. And today I'll say we're moving forward a potential opportunity. I really can't say much in the public, but we're hoping if we work this towards some kind of FID next year, Seplat could be in a position to start playing in the power space from 2024. But overall, looking back and say, how's it gone? I must say that it's been quite interesting. The way to look at it is power is a huge opportunity for Nigeria. If you take out Lagos State alone, Lagos needs about 5,000 megawatts of power, and Lagos only gets about 800 from the grid. So Eko Disco gets about 400, and then Ikeja Disco about 400. So Lagos alone has got a power deficit of almost 4,000 megawatt. That's massive, and that's the space we're looking at getting into, playing into from the power space. On the midstream gas, I think that's an area we've done very well. We've always been a leader when it comes to domestic gas. Today, we support over 1,600 megawatts of power in the country by virtue of the gas we sell from Oben to Seplat Power, Azura, and all these power companies. So it's an area also Seplat has made a huge difference. So if I look forward in terms of the midstream gas business, it's about how do we grow that portfolio and how do we bring more gas to the market. For example, with Seplat gas plant coming on production next year, and then ANO coming on production next year as well. That adds additional close to 350 million scope of gas to the domestic market. And more importantly, we're also bringing in LPG to the market. We're looking at CNG as well, because if you're outside the major pipeline corridors of NGIC, you then have to think about how do you get gas to those end users. So that's where CNG comes in, and mini LNG as well, where you can then transport gas of the major infrastructure. So overall, I'll say great experience so far. Again, not just me, it's the board, it's the management team, it's the entire organization driving this new adventure into the new energy space. Also leveraging on the experience we built so far by being strong in the midstream gas business. So I think it's exciting, and let's stay tuned and see 2024. You probably see some major announcements from us. Thank you.
All right, so I wouldn't want to disrupt the flow since you already get into it. But at this juncture, let's talk about the projects. Let's delve more into the projects you're currently handling, most especially the Sapele and ANO gas plants. What's the latest news in terms of these projects? Are you having any challenges? And if there are, how can we help?
Challenges about a project, it's not for the faint-hearted. I mean, projects are normal. You have a lot of kinds of challenges with projects, but what's important is we keep working those challenges. I think on the two particular one you mentioned, I know has been an exciting one for us. I mean, collectively we're spending with our partners over $1 billion on both ANO and Seplat gas plants. So it's no small money, it's a lot of money. It's over $1 billion. If you look at ANO, upstream is about $300 million. Then ANO, the gas plant itself, $700 million. Seplat gas plant is nudging towards $250 million. So it's a lot of, we're talking about real material cash here. So on the Seplat gas plant, I think it's been quite challenging. Again, we changed the design in Seplat gas plant because it's a low pressure system. So we have to go for the MRU model as against the traditional JT we have in Oben. So, but overall, I'll say we've gone very far. There were a lot of changes along the line. This plant should have been delivered 2 years ago, but we had to. The vendor had a lot of problem with the OEM. I think that was what's his name again wasn't Enerflex. They had a problem. They changed to Joul's processing. So we've gone through a lot of changes and we had to redo all the designs again. But the good news is today, Seplat gas plant. If you go to Sapele, we're pretty much blazing ahead with the construction phase. We should be done by to bring that plant on production middle of next year. That's what we're chasing. That then opens up 80 million scof plus of gas to the market, and then it comes with LPG modules as well. So for us, I'll say we've gone through the most difficult part of the Seplat gas plant. So, but hopefully from next year we then start seeing that plant running. On the ANO side, it's also a very interesting one. We took FID on ANO, and we all thought it was going to be a 2-3 years project. Of course, COVID came in. That did have an impact. Most of the supply chain globally got impacted, and we slowed down 2020, 2021, and then we ramped up back again. So the good news today is ANO is about 96% mechanically complete. By end of the year, we're going to be 100% mechanically complete. Mechanical completion means you're ready to start pre-commissioning, commissioning, and then introduce hydrocarbon, and then you can start the plant. So the biggest challenge for ANOH is the OB3 pipeline, which you all know, crossing River Niger has been quite challenging by NGIC. It's an NGIC project, and also the spur line. But we had an interesting, we had an AGPC board meeting last week, Tuesday. The latest view is they should be done with OB3 and spur line end of January. So once our plant is ready, end year, OB3 spur line Jan, then they can start pre-commissioning in Q2, and hopefully we're looking at first gas sometime second half of next year. So on the power side, I did mention that we looked at a lot of power opportunities. The steer from the board was to, of course, stay off grid, because once you get to grid, with all the losses and the frequent collapse of the grid, there's no guarantee that injecting power to the grid will get to the off-takers. So we're looking at off-grid opportunities across Nigeria, north, east, west, south. There's a promising one we're working on in the west, which is off-grid. And it's a model that's pretty much based on this sub-franchise model where you can generate power and then inject power into an area already owned by one of the discos. And that we have a strategic partnership with a disco owner, and then you can then sell power into that sort of space. So that's the one that looks promising. We looked at other forms of renewable energy like solar. Solar looks very exciting, but the problem with solar in Nigeria, why it's very difficult to get to scale, is the grid doesn't work. If you look at where solar has worked very well, like in South Africa, Mozambique, Egypt, the national grid works. So you can have a major solar farm, put in about 100 to 500 megawatts of investment, and then put that in the grid. But today, solar is very highly fragmented. Whether you're looking at commercial and industrial, residential, is quite fragmented all over the place, 5, 10 megawatts of power into residential, like Lagos, lots of areas around VI, Lekki, you see very small. So the problem is how to scale that business, and that's where we're struggling with looking at that business model, because you got to understand the business needs to deliver very attractive return, and it's going to be one that's utility scale for the next 20, 30 years. But we're looking at a lot of investment in that space, and again, once we get to where we think we can meet the investment threshold, then there will be the traditional announcements to the market. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't talk about the other two. So one thing you also need to realize, the way we're approaching renewable energy, if you look at the market today, the IOCs have been very heavy on terms of wind energy, and also EV charging. If you look at latest announcement by especially the European-based majors, so BP and Shell, very heavy in EV charging. EV charging is becoming a very big market, electric vehicle charging, and then biofuels, also another big one. Wind is going through a bit of a rough time now. If you read the report for BP and Shell, they pretty much doubled down a little bit on wind because of some major issues with project execution. Don't also forget that a lot of all this renewable energy needs a lot of mineral. You need cobalt, nickel, lithium. All these things are also finite resources, so it's not very straightforward. Also very complex projects. So that's why you see a lot of companies, even though we still strongly believe renewables is a very much longer term play, but in the short term, we're taking a more strategic position, not just rushing into it, and then we then regret later. So that's why it might come across a bit slow to the public, but we're doing lots of work in that space.
I think we need to do better with time. So.
Okay. Not sure this is working properly. Okay. All right. As you earlier stated while answering the first question, Seplat aspires to lead Nigeria's energy transition. Do you have any insight from the new federal government and incentives for Nigeria's energy transition? So this question is actually in twofold. You had also spoken about CNG and LNG. Which direction would you like to see Seplat leading this energy transition? Will it mostly be dependent on gas to power, or CNG, LNG, and LNG?
Okay.
Yeah.
So are people familiar with what I call it's called a gas-led ET framework, which former Vice President launched, former VP, that's Professor Osibanjo. So it was very clear, Nigeria's energy transition is gas-led. For the obvious reasons you heard from one of the board members, Rabiu, Nigeria's got 200 TCF of discovered gas, 600 TCF of undiscovered gas. So Nigeria's actually more of a gas play than an oil play. So what that ETP says is we'll need $1.9 trillion to deliver that energy transition framework. It's a lot of money. And two key objectives. One, to address the issue around the energy poverty, which is SDG 7, That's access and affordability and accessibility to energy, clean access to clean energy, and then affordability. SDG 7, that's 2030 is the Nigerian target in that ETP, and then the climate challenge is 2060. So those are the two elements. Now for Seplat, I think we've been very clear. We'll keep driving our midstream business. We're going to grow the midstream business once we get access to a lot more midstream gas resources. And then while for the on the power side, solar is the first in that sort of sequence of other events, solar, and then we're looking at other renewable sources. So for now, I'll say the role Seplat has got to play is really driving and maximizing that midstream space based on the gas-led ET, the VP launch last year. And then while we then begin to also drive new investment in the others, in the renewable energy space like solar especially. Yeah.
All right, so thanks, Effie, again for a very comprehensive discussion. Okay, so let's talk about power. I mean, you've talked about it in the course of your previous explanation, but I want to ask, what's Seplat's target gigawatt? And when do we expect this to kick off? And this is with respect to power generation as regards gas and renewables.
We're always very careful about when we put numbers out there to the public. Always very, very careful. But I think when we started this work 2 years ago, we did frame that Seplat could potentially play in a 1 to 2 gigawatts power space by 2030. This sort of, quote hanger. You frame and then you put an ambition out there. Can we be a 1 gigawatt power company? And when I mean 1 gigawatt, I mean us playing in the power space. Because today we're already playing in 1,600 megawatts of power space by virtue of the gas we're selling. But in terms of target, I'm just careful, don't quote me and go publish my name in the public because the board hasn't given us that mandate yet. But all I can say is look at a huge portfolio of investment potential we looked at, whether you're looking at gas to power, which is the biggest for us, or you're looking at solar. I think potentially we could be seeing close to 1,000 gigawatts by end of this decade, 2030, yeah. But roughly. But again, it comes down to how the investment, all the challenges we're working. The investment's got to be bankable. It's got to be able to return decent, value to all the stakeholders, and also it's going to be one you can also scale up. So I'll just say it's quite preliminary for now. We haven't really set any target to the outside world. Yeah.
All right. Timelines.
Timeline for
when it's going to kick off? When?
So I think hopefully if things go, I mean, power investment takes about 5 years. If you look at Azura, took almost 9 years because of a lot of issues around the funding. But what we're looking at, based on this guidance given to the board, we're looking at, so we're not going fresh. We're forming strategic partnership with players already well established, a lot of learnings, and they bring that on board. We then bring in our own strategic advantage in terms of financial play and also scale. So I'll say between now and 2030 is the sort of time frame we're looking at in terms of making major investment in power.
All right, we'll take a final question because of time from Naomi.
Okay, thank you. You've spoken about Nigeria's energy transition goal. We'd like to know what Seplat's net zero target is and what are the potential energy transition projects that can help achieve that.
I thought Malam Rabi already mentioned the net zero emission. You had 2050. 20. Okay. Let me break it down a little bit. Let me simplify it. So the way we built the framework around net zero emission is first to decarbonize our existing operations. So you heard it earlier on. So flaring accounts for over 85% of our greenhouse gas emission today, flared gas. So we flare somewhere between 30-40 million scoff of gas every day. So the first part of that journey is to decarbonize. So end flaring, stop all the fugitive emission by next year. Then we'll have gotten rid of over 85 to 90% of our scope 1, scope 2. That's the first part. The second part then is around investment we then make in renewable energy, also gas to power, because each time we do a gas to power investment, you're also pretty much driving down carbon intensity. So that's the second module. So gas to power investment, and then the renewable investment, then the afforestation, the how to abate emission, like we do that through tree planting. So if I look at our roadmap, between 2020 2024 and 2030, we'll have actually gotten rid of over 99% or 95% of our greenhouse emission, right? The only issue is when we make new acquisition, bringing in new upstream business to the portfolio, that then generates, additional greenhouse gas, and how we now work on that. That's why we're a bit careful not to go out with a more optimistic timing, but clearly, just like Malam Rabi did mention, we looked at 3 scenarios. We looked at 2040 as the earliest, 2050, which is where lots of oil and gas companies are playing, and then 2060, which is Nigeria's net zero emission. So when you have uncertainty, you think scenarios, and that's just to reinforce the earlier messages you heard from the member of the board of directors of Seplat Energy Plc.
All right, thank you very much, Effie. We've run out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the new energy team. We could spend a whole day dimensioning and exegesis in the new energy space, the pillar 2 and the pillar 3 as arms of our business. So
next on the agenda, we'll be having an interactive quiz. I'll be throwing one of the questions to people here and the other question to people online.
Just to break the ice a bit.
Yes, so while we also highlight the Staff Plant a Tree initiative, which commenced last year, that will be beamed on the screen. So while the technical people are putting themselves together, I will be asking the question. So the first question for people here in person.
Drum rolls.
The 4 pillars of the Climate Risk and Resilience Report based on the TCFD options: governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics targets. 2, governance, people, planet, and environmental protection and preservation.
B. And the time, no chorus answer. This is Seplat Energy. If you want to answer, raise up your hand and answer. Okay, so we have Chika.
Fantastic. A round of applause for Chika, please.
Let's put our hands together for her.
The
and of
answer.
course, you know that this is sustainability department. I'm sure they will get across to you.
And this question goes to people online. Quite easy, quite easy. And the question is, Seplat currently has dash number of directors.
Aha.
I'm not even going to
That's
give you
my
any
department.
option. I'm not going to give you any
Can
option.
we see the screen? Anybody? The screen
online?
master, anybody online answering that question? Can we check the chat box?
How many directors do we currently have?
Okay, in the interest of time, which we don't have a lot, as part of our governance process, can someone answer in the house, in the audience? The director, legal, and company secretary is here, so don't disappoint her.
How many directors do we have?
How many board of directors do we have?
Yeah, how many board of directors do we have?
A, 12, B, 13, C, 14. Collins.
No. Okay, so in for time's sake, we have 13.
So
13.
put your hands together. The answer is
Debo, you're in legal department.
No, the answer is technically 15 on the 1st of December. Okay, all right. So
that was good. So can we have the highlights beamed on the screen? The Seplat Plant Tree Initiative. So let me put a bit of context to this. Last year, we were all presented with trees, right? And we were asked to go home and plant them. Some people did well enough to do this, to plant those trees. So we want to see how well those trees are doing. Yeah. So that's what this is all about.
That's right.
Following the formal launch of the Tree for Life in 2022, Seplat initiated a Grow a Tree campaign that encouraged employees to participate in tree planting. In furtherance, we were all given different plants at early stages to nurture. This campaign was in furtherance of the global Seplat Tree for Life program, which is Seplat's corporate action to combat the effect of climate change through tree planting to help increase carbon sequestration, biodiversity, conservation and recovery, and land reclamation. There are many socio-economic benefits of this project for the state and communities, with the provision of employment, food security, and other related income-generating opportunities. This video will showcase how each employee has progressed with their tree over time. Going forward, a plan to continue to plant trees and combating the effect of climate change in their own little ways.
Let's put our hands together for them. Okay. So we are now coming to the second panel session. And here we're going to be hearing more about ESG and
from the sustainability experts.
Yeah, and actually from the regulators' from the regulatory perspective. And to moderate that session, we have Mr. Kai Bangbola, who is an ESG and sustainability expert. And that is going to be, once again, we'll be calling on you to be looking at the screens, both on the left and on the right, and to the right for this session. Mr. Kai, over to you. Bangbola, please. You're muted. Yeah. Is he not going to call them? I thought Kai was going to call them. Yes, Kai.
Yes, you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay now. So we'll be
good.
Yeah, so we're handing over the virtual lectern to you, and it's your show to invite the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have the slides?
Okay, so Mr. Bangbola, whilst we're waiting for the slides, we have your panelists here physically with us, and we thought it would be good. But if you want us to invite them to the stage, we will do that. If that's your preference.
Yeah, that would be good, and we can run the slides, and then we can flow on from there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Awa Usman, who is the head of sustainability from NEPL, to the stage. You can do better than that with a lot of warm energy. It takes a lot for to have our panelists here in person. Also here in person, we have Mr. Omige Ikponwonsa, and he is the head of legal and general counsel for NUIM. Sir, we are so privileged to have you here, sir, and thank you so much for your time. We also have, as part of the panelists, Madam Irene Robinson Ayonwale from the NGX. She is going to be joining virtually. She's the Divisional Head and Business Support Services and General Counsel. Mrs. Ayonwale. Irene, are you online? Yes, she's there. Irene, it's so good to see you again, virtually. Okay. And
hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Also in person, we have Mr. Abdurrahman Abiodun, and he is the Director of Health, Safety, Environment, HSC, and Community from NMDPRA. Sir, you're welcome very much, sir. Okay, so right now we will be handing over to you. I believe that I've called all the names of the panelists. Oh, okay, we have one more person. Okay. Oh, okay, so we have one more person in person of Mr. Nuhu Habib from NU PLC, pardon me. He's the immediate past Executive Director of Development and Production, NU PLC, sir. You're welcome. Yes, and you representing him. And we celebrate that office because you're wearing that hat right now. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Bangbala will now hand over to you. Thank you.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to this discussion, Cracking Down on Greenwashing, the Regulators Get Tough. I give a very hard time to organizations on their ESG and sustainability, and I can be very critical of industry. And it's a bit like being a father with a child. You criticize when you care to avoid the wahala. Greenwashing in oil and gas can be defined as the deceptive practice of portraying environmentally harmful or unsustainable activities as somehow environmentally friendly or socially responsible, though the use of misleading marketing and other communications and efforts is a totally wrong thing to do. Seplat must be commended because, based on what you've just heard, this is a very brave and courageous session to actually have. Perhaps it speaks to the kind of organization that Seplat is, as we saw in the session number 1, embedding ESG strategy. If business investors and other stakeholders cannot trust published sustainability information from both financial and impact perspectives, it will be hard to demonstrate how the organization and those that hold its equity are contributing to a better world for everyone. Our activities and relationships, of course, have consequences, which in turn generate risks as well as opportunities, which our panel is going to dig into a bit later. Now, my name is Kai Bangbera, and I train executives of multinational organizations to deliver the highest standards in sustainability reporting. I offer books on sustainability and advanced medical books that have been reviewed by the Lancet Medical Journal as game changers. I am the MD founder of TEM, a sustainability consultancy that was awarded the sole corporate sustainability contract for the London 2012 Sustainable Olympic Games. I'm chairman of a fast-moving facilities management company that provides services with a sustainable approach backed by private investment. I am your moderator, and I would first like to thank Seplat for organising this whole day. If you could, slide 6, please. And now for today's leaders. we should all be very, very excited at the wisdom, knowledge, and experiences that they bring today. I have met them all on the web, and anyone that knows them will confirm that they are formidable in their fields. Today, I bring Mrs. Irene Robinson Ayanwele, Divisional Head of Business Support and General Counsel of Nigerian Exchange Limited, a leading listing and trading exchange. Now, in 2022, she was selected as the World Federation of Exchanges, one of the leading people in 2022. And she was also named General Counsel of the Year for 2021 and 2022 in Esquire Nigerian Legal Awards. She is 6 times winner of Legal Digest African Legal Team of the Year. Welcome, Irene Robinson Ayanwale. From NMDPRA, we have Mr. Abdulrahman Abiodun, Director, Health, Safety, Environment and Community. Now, he joined the service of the Department of Petroleum Resources 29 years ago and spent 23 years in the Health and Safety, Environment and Operations Division. Post PIA 2021, he moved to the NMDPRA as Head of Host Community, Environmental Management and Sustainability. And we welcome Mr. Abdulrahman Abiodun. I am also delighted to introduce Hawa Osimaya Usman, a Manager of Sustainability from NEPL, a subsidiary of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Her focus, enhancing government revenues through sustainable means from its investment in oil and gas and developing the right sustainable framework. We welcome Hawa Osimaya Usman. And by no means least, from the NUIMS, I give you Mr. Omigi Ikmanwasa, Head of Legal and General Counsel. He was called to the bar in 1986, and he joined the services of NNPC in 1991, a lawyer and oil and gas professional with over 30 years in the oil industry, 8 of which have been as general manager. During that period, he has been involved in major oil and gas projects in NNPC in legal and commercial roles. He played a key role in developing the 2005 model PSCs. Welcome, Mr. Omigi Ikponmawasa. Now, turning to ESG, ESG is an organization's way of organizing holistic care and support to the planet and recognizing the need to act. We have no problem providing care, emotional and other decision-making support to our children and to our loved ones. And as the Roman philosopher Lactantius wrote, we must care for the world as God would. To be unfeeling is to be corrupted. This reiterates we must not greenwash or we become corrupted. Our actions must come from care and support. It's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And we want to ensure that everybody's proud. Now, I want you to take a look at the slide.
Sorry, Kai. In the interest of time, we just thought to inform you that.
Oh, I'm coming to the questions.
Okay, thank you very much because we have 20 more minutes here.
Yeah. So the Secretary of State, Antonio Guterres, has said climate change is supercharging the planet to destruction, and King Charles said this is the last chance saloon. our failure to act will be catastrophic. If you go on to the so we are now and regulate the transition to cleaner energy sources such as renewables or natural gas in the sector, and also ensure accurate reporting and verification of, say, carbon emissions and reductions in the industry. Abdurrahman.
Okay, thanks for having me. I congratulate Seplat for this activity for today, using this week as ESG week to bring to light and bring to fore the importance which ESG plays in this space where we operate in the oil and gas. Very quickly, from our part as a regulatory agency, we believe that sound policies must be written and given to the industry to incentivize this transition process. Not only that, those policies must be geared towards enabling business, promoting sustainability, and removing waste in terms of drainages in the financials of company, so that they project a sustainable activity in the entire life cycle of any project that is coming on stream, and also to ensure that these projects are given the necessary due diligence to ensure that these incentives that have been provided by government, either in terms of tax opportunities and or maybe other waivers in the importation of some of the equipment that are required to ensure the achievement of this government-enabled policy are put to the best of use. In terms of ensuring that this transition energy and renewables are given the best opportunity, one of the most important item, on the menu for the regulatory agency is governance. Is one of the components of the ESG is governance, and it has three like subsets that feeds it. One of it is the strategic planning. When you have a project and you have a future idea of what you want to do, strategic planning comes into play, where you look at all the objectives, you look at your goals, you look at what you want to achieve, and then you set timelines around them to ensure that you deliver not just on time, you deliver them on budget, and that's very key for us. And then stakeholder engagement, which this activity we are having is practically one of them. So in this stakeholder engagement, we know one of the most prominent stakeholder is the government. So there's a need to have the buy-in in terms of what you call political commitment. We need to move across the aisle and see how we get the political powers in the country to ensure that whatever plans we have, which we have strategically positioned ourselves in the planning, is given the right nod, so that those ideas, those laudable objectives will come to fruition. Similarly, government will also help to facilitate what you call capital access, accessing capital not just in country, maybe also government through the CBN and other agencies of government will help the companies access funds, in Europe, maybe London Stock Exchange. Gladly, Seplat is quoted on the London Stock Exchange, and I believe some of what they do are actually driven, by the requirement of the LSC. What Seplat is doing is commendable, because we could compare Seplat with other companies, within this climb, and we seem to have a good idea that Seplat is doing pretty well in this area. A word of caution, though, because I believe the takeover intention of Seplat for Mobil is a good one, But when I look at some of the issues they're going to be grappling with, in the offshore assets, which I I worked there very well as a regulator from all the platforms, all the platform on mobile. I've been to 80% of them, and I know there are huge challenges. We should start thinking of factoring some of those humongous challenges into what we are looking at. Then that will make either our 2024 vision, if it comes to pass, it might dilute that vision. I mean, you really need to go back to the drawing board because the challenge there is quite humongous. It's big. We need to look at that. And then the third is policy alignment. Let's look at policy alignment also. We need to ensure that all our policies that we are trying to develop works in tandem with that of government and regulatory agencies. And in Nigeria, the Nigerian CCC drives the climate change issues. So there's a need to also key into that opportunity and see how we bring NCCC into the discussion so that everything that we are doing in this space, works well and we're able to deliver all our set goals and objectives. While looking at, we have talked about the strong political commitment, access to capital. Of course, this at the end must unlock climate justice for all. We know the effect of climate change, and we know that there's disparity in the effect of climate change across the globe. In Nigeria, most especially, it has been mentioned, we suffer from energy poverty. And the last COP addresses the issue of loss and damage, which is actually a compensation that we need to assess. The Global Fund, which was set up after the Kyoto Protocol, about $100 billion, the Climate Change Fund is still not there. And these are some of the financial opportunities which we really need to see that the developed world pays. We in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, contribute less than 4% of total emission, but we are going to be at the receiving end of the disastrous effect of this climate change if care is not taken, and we are not prepared and we are not there. All said and done, looking at what we can do, to ensure good reporting in this space, I'm going to be very, very brief. We need to develop a robust GHG emission inventory. I have some discussion with Seplat some 2 years ago on inventorization of the emission sources, the number of pneumatic devices, compressors, reciprocating pumps, and centrifugal pumps, all forms of sources of emission, and including encouraging replacement of wet seals if they have it in the system with dry seals, because yes, we know ultimately that will reduce emission from those areas where you have wet seals by at least 75%. I mean, that is a scientifically proven data which I know we can work with. Quality database information should be made available. We need to know and improve on the flare stack efficiency for the flares that are still on. We need to ensure that they are above 95%. In doing that, we need to put in place substitution and replacement of high GHG emission sources modules in our facilities. But last but not the least, deploy IoT, Internet of Things, in ensuring that we're able to monitor and deploy and use that for the monitor and reporting using MRV system, which is an internationally acclaimed model, for measurement, reporting, and verification in this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, Irene from NGX, what steps do you take to develop ESG ratings and indices, then continuously assess that they accurately reflect the company's environmental, social, and governance practices? Irene, can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello?
Okay, Irene might be experiencing network challenge, so perhaps you just move to the next
That's not a
question.
problem. Omigi Ikban although the NUIMS does not operate any assets directly, it acts in partnership with other operators like Seplat. Knowing that you share in both the profits and the negatives, how does NUIMS address human rights concerns and ensure ethical practices all in the companies where you have investments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. NUIMS, which is the NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services, is the arm responsible for managing government investments in the upstream. And under the various agreements we have with our partners, particularly the joint operating agreement, there are mechanisms that guarantees or engenders, if you like, constant engagement with our partners with a view to ensuring that things are done in accordance with mutually agreed principles. And this is important, particularly for NNPC, in the light of our experience historically in the industry. Of course, we all remember the Ogoni saga and all the issues that arose from that. And so we are mindful of all those issues, and to further demonstrate our commitment to those ideals, at the last, I think it was the 78th United Nations General Assembly, NNPC, the first state oil company, signed up to United Nations Global Compact, which enshrines a number of principles that include human rights issues, labor issues, etc. And so, by those mechanisms, I'm happy I listening to the presentations by Seplat. Of course, as a JV partner, it's clear that Seplat is taking steps in this regard, and in terms of social responsibility, and so forth. And so, having partners like Seplat makes our job as NNPC or NUIMS easier. And through those mechanisms that I've described, constant engagement, auditing processes with under the various joint venture arrangements we have with our partners, we ensure that some of these issues are adequately taken care of. We have a very vibrant government relations and community relations department in NUIMS, which keeps a tab on what our various partners are doing in the course of the operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Howard, how does NNPC Exploration and Petroleum Limited identify and mitigate ESG-related risks such as climate change, social license to operate, and regulatory compliance?
Thank you. Good afternoon. We've been seated for a while, and it's been an interesting day for me, and gave me an opportunity to see my boss that I've not seen in years. I don't remember how many years we saw each other. So thank you, Seplat, for having us here today. How do we mitigate? How do we identify our ESG-related risks? Well, there are key key indicators that's globally accepted for measuring, seeing what you have, what your risks are. You have like the fugitive emissions, you have your gas flares, you have your waste, and so and then we have our GNG inventories that will tell us when we are hitting the risky levels in relation to ESG. And how do we mitigate? Well, for climate change, first of all, you have to identify that you don't exist in a vacuum. It's a business that involves where you work, which is the environment, the communities around you, your business, your investors, and all that. So it is important that you do a comprehensive stakeholder engagement, so because you need to understand what are their concerns, what are their expectations, and then you also have to let them know what your own challenges are in meeting some of those expectations. You have to say that you jointly agree all that from the very beginning. When you have that, they understand you. First, you need to earn the trust of the places, of the people that you want to work with. So they need to know that you are not just business, just coming to take and not give anything back. So by the time there's that trust that you have already established a good level to work on. And then you have to do a comprehensive risk assessment. We do a comprehensive risk assessment to know exactly what are your risks. What are the areas that you can have challenges that can come at any particular point in time? You have to be ready. You have to know what they are. And then you need to know exactly how you're going to mitigate those things when they come. And thirdly, climate change. Climate change, when you talked about social license to operate, we used to have something that we call corporate social responsibility, and we still do. However, we are incorporating, it's being subsumed into sustainability activities. Because before, the concern was just, let's appease people so we can go in and do our business and make profit. But now it is about the people, it's about profits, it's about the planet. How do you marry all this such that everybody gains? It is not some people gaining or the company gaining, the community losing, the environment losing. You want a situation where you can go back to that environment and it's still it's humane, it's lively, you can leave that environment happy. People are happy, and not just that, their issues are being met. They have health challenges. You have built for them clinics. They want roads. The communities really are not the ones that are asking for skyscrapers and big things. The community just wants water. They want clean water. They want good roads. They want to be safe in their houses. It's the people that are hijacking the interest of the community that are asking you for the impossible. So if you gain the trust, if you earn the trust of the communities by you employ their children in where you're operating, you have peace. You earn their trust, and you have your social license to operate. You can enter at will and leave at will, and they will monitor and guide what everywhere you have your facilities. And then again, you have what you have the standard of in the world universal standard of quality assurances and quality controls. So they know you. So at the time when you report something that is not real, they'll come back and tell you that you don't have this. You are reporting what you do not have, what you do not do. So you are always careful that you have these things addressed, and you have a name and a reputation to protect. NNPC is Nigeria, and NNPC has strategic business units. So many. We have NEPL, we have retail, you have NUIMS, you have medical. We all have different businesses, but we all are thinking of sustainability in the NNPC way. So, and what is our logo has already said it. We re-engineered ourselves last year. For how many years we've been in business? We were just about business. We were really about business because we were really not about commercial or profit or something. We were just there, majorly as a government charity So we re-engineered ourselves and we said, we are not that business. We are not going to be that. We are NNPC, we are an E&P Limited. We are about profit. We are about people. We are about the planet. And in our logo, you see that we have moved from red to gold, and then we are going green. So that is NNPC. And then NEPL is the exploration and production arm of NNPC. So our business is in the field majorly, and we partner with you guys. I see SA there. We partner with you. I see Eleanor, the people that I battle with, and we have come to do business in a sustainable and happy manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I have a great question for Dr. Nusa, who's the person that is there to take the question. What do you predict will happen? And we're closing out now, but what do you predict will happen over the next 5 to 10 years with respect to ESG and sustainability in oil and gas sector? So over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. To start with, we first have to apologize on behalf of Dr. Nuru. We are all aware of what happened recently, so I have to step in to fill in the gap. My name is Bamidele Dada. I'm the manager in charge of energy transition and carbon monetization at NUPRC. Coming to the question, what do we see that will happen in the next 5 years to 10 regarding ESG? I can tell you at NUPRC, a framework has been developed to address this menace of energy transition. We are all facing it, and it's going to stay with us as long as we remain in the business. For us to be competitive and to attract more investment, we have to take it seriously as a regulatory body, and a framework has been developed to that effect. And I have the opportunity to say it here that in the coming weeks, major operators have been selected for an engagement on that regulatory framework. And why do we have to do this? Because we have to collaborate with the stakeholders. We cannot get this framework out there without the concept and the value addition from the stakeholders. So we shall be presenting this to the stakeholders in the coming weeks. And I'm very sure an invitation has been extended to Seplat, to NEPL, and to some other operators. We envisage by the next 5 to 10 years, there shall be more compliance regarding driving down our fugitive emissions, driving down on the gas flaring, driving down on our operation inefficiencies, because these are some of the pillars we have identified that are actually contributing to the global warming. So if we can do it right in our operational efficiency, we can say that in the next 5 years there will be more compliance. The level we might not have gotten to where we wanted to be, but I can tell you the awareness is already there and the industry is already buying into it. Without regulations, without guidelines, company like Seplat is already thinking ESG. So by the time the guidelines are out there, I can tell you the speed at which we will get to the destination will be faster. So let me stop here. I want to believe we will get more compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all those responding to the questions. Thank you. And I've had the great pleasure in recent times as I close out of working with Seplat, taking them through so that they can report to absolutely the highest levels. Now, everything that we are going to be doing in the future and in the present is about being able to work collaboratively. We cannot accomplish what we need to do without working together, and greenwash is not part of that picture. I would like to say that the past couple of years has highlighted several areas where industry and regulators, governments need to work together, as well as civil society. We have to collaborate. We have to change the world from what it is to the world as it needs to be. There is no place for greenwashing. Final applause to all of our panel, please.
Kai?
And it's goodbye from...
Kai?
Yes.
So
Yes,
we noticed that the NGX representative and the general counsel from the NGX is with you right now, Irene Ayewale. She's virtually there with you.
We haven't picked up.
Irene. She's here. She's there. Irene?
Okay. Would you like me to ask Irene a question whilst she's here with us?
She's there, yes. And the Screen Master. If you just spot the light on Irene and Kai, then you'll see that she's right there.
Lovely. Let's progress then. Irene, would you like to answer the following question I raised earlier? The stock exchange. Let's start from in terms of what steps would you take to develop ESG ratings and indices, then continuously assess that they accurately reflect the company's environmental, social, and governance practice? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can, Kai. Thank you for that question. So in answering that question, I will first of all just state first that the NGX, when we were known as the Nigerian Stock Exchange, has always taken components of the E, the S, and the G quite seriously. And we have always been at the forefront of introducing measures to ensure that our companies are, abiding with global best standards when it comes to things like this. So as far back as 2014, for example, we're quite focused around the G aspect of ESG when we introduced the corporate governance rating system. And we did that primarily for those in the premium board and then for some of the companies that opted to do so from the main board as well. And what that program entailed was working with companies to ensure that they were adhering to the best standards when it came to governance, from things like, having the right number on their board, having the right meetings, having the right processes, having the right agenda, even down to even gender diversity as well, and so we introduced that as far back as 2014. And then in 2018, seeing how the direction that CSR had begun to evolve into sustainability, we then introduced the Sustainable Disclosure Guidelines, as well as the facts behind the sustainability report. And that was in 2018. And the purpose of those guidelines, and we worked with GRI on that, and the purpose was to help companies to apply the double materiality standard in terms of assessing where they are, where their risks and opportunities lay in terms of, sustainability standards, whether in the E, the S, and the G. And then off the back of that, companies now, produced a sustainability report where they highlighted those risks and opportunities. They highlighted the aspects of the SDGs that they were working in off the fact of the double materiality and analysis that they had done. And then they began to do those reports. And so but it was optional at that point in time. Now, the regulatory landscape around ESG has changed in this year. And NGX regulation, our regulatory company, worked with FRC, Financial Reporting Council, as well as the ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, to launch the IFRS S1 and S2 standards from June, and they are to be effective from next year, January. Now, what this does is that it takes sustainability reporting off the optional space, and it makes it more formalized and mandatory now, not even just for our listed company, but for any company in Nigeria that files annual financial statements. And so we will be working with the FRC, not just in terms of companies filing, but ensuring that they are providing the right information that shows their risks and opportunities across sustainability, as well as a focus on climate. And in fact, the one that is taking effect from next year is focused on climate. And so it's a good thing that we are discussing some of the transition programs that Seplat and a lot of the other companies are doing around bringing more energy efficiency, and as well as things that they are doing around reaching that net zero journey by 2060, which is Nigeria's commitment. Now, for us, we recognize that even though you have all of these reporting standards, and now it's mandatory to the point you had raised when you first started the conversation around greenwashing. Yes, companies can report, they put in these things there, but is there a tracking? Is there a measurement? Because at the end of the day, you are filing these financial reports and you're putting in evidence, but it doesn't necessarily mean that someone has monitored to ensure that you're living what you preach or what you've said you have in your processes or your commitments. So we've introduced the ESG compacts, and we'll be launching that in January, and it will be effective January. And what this ESG compact basically does is to do what you've said, to say we're going to start rating companies, both listed companies as well as their value chain, those companies within their value chain. Because again, remember that you have the scope 1, scope 2, which I think the director of Seplat talked about, but there's also the scope 3 as well, which is based on their supply chain and how much emissions that they are emitting as a result of the activities they are doing with the listed companies. And so that rating system is going to be rating companies across all of the various measurements. The E, which will have to do with GHG emission reduction, but also to do with conservation of scarce resources, also to do with renewable energy, rating them across what they are doing in those areas. We'll also be rating them on the S, in terms of stakeholder management, gender diversity, health and safety, employment, youth development, all of those things that come under the S, as well as, the time true and tested G that we've done before. And so that rating system is going to be in place, and to rate companies to ensure that they're actually measuring what they are doing, tracking what they are doing, and minimizing greenwashing, as it were. And so companies will now be rated, and to give a credibility to the system, and to give more comfort to investors and stakeholders that companies are not just saying these things, but actually they are living what they are preaching. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We are coming towards the end.
Thank you very much.
You can see everything that Irene said, that there's going to be 2.4 trillion per annum. This is going to be given to those organizations that have their sustainability credentials, exactly as Irene said. And what this is showing is, broadly speaking, the graph illustrates that this is double materiality. This is about making sure that there's a clear link between impacts and financial risk. Let us close at this point. The discussion has been absolutely fantastic. Applause to all of our speakers today, panelists.
Definitely so.
And I would also just like to wrap up by Lactantius in terms of Salus Populus Suprema Lex Esto. Let the welfare of the people be the supreme law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kai. Unfortunately, we don't have all the time in the world. Thank you so much to our panelists. Let's put our hands together. Seplat Energy, just before we go, Saz and Maz, sorry, just before we go, we're going to have a picture with the panelists. Yes, can we have the CEO join them? Cameraman, let's have the Roger. Please put your hands together for Roger. Please encourage him. Okay. And one without our CEO. CEO, put your hands together for Roger again. Thank you. And one for the panelists. And a very warm round of applause for all of our panelists, our joint venture partners, our regulators. We really appreciate you. Friday, it's not easy to come out of your busy schedule on Friday. Wow.
Yes.
So now we're proceeding. And Diola, I think we can do a bit more in terms of timing. We're not doing too badly considering the fact that we did not particularly start on time, but we're just going to rev now and just go to the third panel session.
Okay, we did actually start on time.
Oh, we did start on time, okay.
So without further ado, we'll be going into the third panel session, which is the last, by the way.
Yeah.
And this will be around ESG and sustainability financing, the investor's perspective. And this will be moderated by our CFO designate in person of
Mrs. Eleanor Adaralegbe. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Oh, okay. They're all online. Yeah, you can have your seat.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us at this session. All my panelists are online, by the way. So are they all there? Can I see their faces if they're all there?
The Screen Master.
Oh, great, great. Okay, so joining me this afternoon, I'm going to start with our GM Corporate Finance and Commercial, Brian. Brian has been with Seplat since 2018 and has had over 20 years experience in the financial sector. He's primarily worked in emerging markets and has done a lot of restructuring of finances around that space. We also have Alicia Forey. She works with Investec. Hi, Alicia. And she's head of UK equity ESG products. So she's primarily focused on ESG matters. She's also had over 20 or nearly 20 years experience in the equity market. And so she has quite a lot to share with us today. And then finally, we have Anneke Lond from Standard Bank. Hi, Anneke. Thanks for joining us and thanks for coming. She specializes in sustainable finance, and she's had several opportunities to work on sustainable finance deals in sub-Saharan Africa. And so she has also quite a number of things to enlighten us with today. So welcome, everyone. And I'm just going to go right into it. So my name is Eleanor Daralewe, CFO designate for Seplat. And I'm just going to go straight into it because of time. So we'll start with you, Alicia. Working with Investec, you've had a lot of experience with investors, and things have really been evolving in the ESG space. So share with us some of your experiences around this. What really has been happening? What are these changes? What are the major factors that have been driving this change? And then just other thoughts on what maybe the benefits that some of the companies who have been adopting some of these changes, what some of these benefits are. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. And yes, I will endeavor to be succinct and quick with my answers in the interest of time. So what's changed over time with investors? I think what I've noticed most is that ESG strategies and policies were previously very loosely defined at investment firms, and now I see that they're much more tightly defined. There's a lot more internal alignment and accountability, whether that's within investment teams or across various investment teams within investment firms. And I would say there's definitely been an upskilling of the wider investment teams. So previously there would be ESG specialists that would advise the portfolio managers and the analysts, but now all the portfolio managers, the analysts, in most cases have been trained and upskilled with regards to sustainability. Another change that has happened is that ESG has become much more about, as I said, the investment process and sort of how you approach integrating it into your investment decision making, rather than just relying on a single point ESG rating to say whether an investment is acceptable or not. There's been a move from a focus on climate almost exclusively to much greater interest in solving social issues. And I note that there are rising concerns from investors regarding governance and biodiversity in terms of important themes. So in terms of what this means for companies, so with investors who have much better knowledge and have more sophisticated investment processes, this means that there are potentially much more opportunities to engage with investors on sustainability. Many more stakeholders are willing to engage on it than previously. And in fact, many investors that I know of use ESG data points as a way to engage, a way to start the conversation. So if you are able to engage in that two-way conversation back and are providing the data points necessary, that should lead to a more committed long-term shareholder, should they choose to invest in the company. And also having ESG funds or sustainability-focused funds on the register is also helpful in terms of best practice and knowledge sharing. So those would also be some potential impacts.
Okay, thank you very much, Alicia. Just going to Aneke, from the debt side, how important is it, for you as a financial institution in looking at some of this sustainability issues? Are you able to decipher companies that are truly working on sustainability and demonstrating the value to the business compared to companies that are potentially greenwashing? Are you able to determine that? Are you able to assess that? How does your institution look at things like that?
I think it's such a relevant question because everyone's so aware of greenwashing risk and how to mitigate it. And I think what we've seen is in the loan markets, it's quite different to the bond markets. I think in the bond markets, it is an absolute requirement to have a second party opinion on your sustainable finance instrument. And so that then carries with it some credibility. Someone external has done the due diligence and has put a kind of stamp on your instrument to say this actually can qualify as a sustainable finance instrument and we can tag it as such. I think investors rely on that quite a lot. In order to get to that point of getting the second party opinion, you need to work with a partner who can help you put all of that together. And that's the role that the financial sector is playing. And then the financial sector is partnering with clients and helping them to do that due diligence work around their ESG strategy, the KPIs and the targets and the projects that they want to fund and that they want to call sustainable, making sure that it is in fact something which we can tag as sustainable. And then going out to an external verifier to obtain that second party opinion. So I think big reliance on that. If you look 2 years ago, it wasn't a requirement. It is a mandatory requirement in bond markets now. And I think in loan markets, probably going to see that come through more strongly over time, especially in the transition finance space. Which is obviously a very relevant space for you. And I think you wouldn't see a lot of instruments issued in the transition space at all yet. I think everyone's kind of sitting back and waiting to see what it needs to look like, what we need to do, what do we need to meet to call it transition. And I think everyone's busy, very, very busy looking at how they can develop frameworks around this so that there is some alignment and there is some consistency in the market. But it's a topic that comes up a lot. So it's a very, very key question.
Okay, thank you, Aneke. Brian, maybe give us some of your thoughts, having managed our debt financing, and we've done some restructuring. What has been the experience from the Seplat side in engaging all these financial institutions? With all that's been happening in the ESG space, they've also been bringing up quite a lot of questions. There've been a lot of questions to Seplat around what we're doing, and some of them have been talking about the importance of sustainable finance. Just tell us what's been going on and how Seplat's gearing up and preparing for this today and also for the future.
Sure. Thank you, Eleanor. And I guess the first thing to mention is our financial instruments that we have right now are not sustainable financing. So we haven't dipped our toes into that. We've been really the reason that we have not done that is we are very concerned and focused on not being accused of greenwashing. We want to make sure that if there is a firm commitment that we're making in a finance document, that we can live up to that commitment. Now, what we have done is increase our disclosure, both to the banks. Obviously, we've done this to the market through our sustainability report, and so on the banking side and the debt side, we want to make sure that we get the message out to the banks and the bond investors about what we are doing in terms of our longer-term commitments to a sustainable business. And our short-term commitments to disclosure, to reducing flaring, to those types of commitments. We have been in discussions with the banks around what types of sustainable financing instruments would be appropriate for Seplat. One of our loan instruments does have a sustainable linked element to it. That's really a covenant target or KPI targeted change in the pricing, which is a relatively small pricing change, but it is an incentive for us to meet certain KPIs. Those KPIs, just for everyone's awareness, have not yet been developed, but it is a feature of our of one of our loans. So that's what we've seen. We've seen, of course, a significant focus from our banks on what the business is and how the banks can help us become more sustainable.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. So maybe this just walks nicely into my next question, and that is to Alicia around companies that do engage in these. You can see the companies that are, focused on ESG metrics, who are providing, feedback to the market. What's the benefit from, for those kind of companies? How do you think investors see them?
Yeah, so I think it's becoming increasingly important for companies to be able to engage with investors on ESG and sustainability. A vast majority of funds in the UK and in Europe are already integrating ESG into their investment decision-making processes, and the US is fast catching up, as are other regions around the world. So this is becoming, it is mainstream in many markets already. So these are topics that really companies should be prepared to discuss and expect to be asked about. So, I mean, you mentioned the sustainability report, I think earlier in possibly in a previous panel, but I mean, that is the first stop for investors, either the sustainability report or the section within the integrated financial report that focuses on sustainability. That is where investors go first. So that is a key place to share information. Of course, stakeholder surveys are very important, which I know Seplat is already doing, which is fantastic. But just that general willingness to engage with investors on ESG topics is really critical. I mean, as we look ahead, disclosure requirements are certainly increasing in nearly all markets, and auditors are increasingly being given more responsibility for verifying that ESG information is accurate. So the volume and the accuracy of data will be going up. And there is also a trend towards convergence of different frameworks. And so over time, we expect that the reporting will become, I guess, a bit more streamlined. But at the moment, it is still quite fragmented. But with that volume and accuracy of data going up, that provides both investors and companies with greater defense against greenwashing, because you can point to data that has been verified by auditors. And that has clearly been a concern across the investor community. So that will really be a benefit going forward for both companies and the investors that invest in them. So I think that's probably where I should leave it in the interest of time, but happy to take further questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, Aneke, Brian was talking about some metrics that we still have to pay attention to as part of our responsibility to our stakeholders, financiers, and also our investors. And just to ask you whether you feel access to capital will become increasingly difficult for companies that are not demonstrating a vision towards all these requirements around ESG. If you can just quickly tell us what that will mean for access to capital.
Yeah, I'm going to try and keep it brief, but I think a couple of things I'll mention is the first thing, I don't think risk models are incorporating ESG risk into ratings at the moment yet, strongly enough. I think that's going to happen. It's going to take a long time. Methodologies need to change and get updated, but it will happen. And when that happens, I think you're going to then find that your ratings, credit ratings, scorings are going to be impacted by how you manage ESG risks. It's not happening today, but it's coming. And I think it will form an integral part of how we assess credit when we look at a name, and so it's not going to be the separate thing that's looked at, because currently I don't think it influences strongly enough your credit scoring. I think access to capital, what we've seen, I'd say over the last 24 months in the capital markets, the price differential hasn't been that high, so we can't say that greenium is really there or that high. Probably somewhere between 2 and 5 basis points at the moment, if that. But what we have seen is that the oversubscription of these instruments are much higher than in vanilla instruments, so definitely more interest, more capital available, and the diversification of those investors are wider. So you are attracting a different type of investor, more investors, types of investors who are bidding for the instrument. That is definitely clear. And I think as ESG mandates increase and grow, we're just going to see more of that. And that is probably then eventually going to drive up the greenium that's not really there today. But I think it's also a function of what happened in the markets on a macro level last year. I wouldn't say it's specifically a sustainable finance related pricing issue, but really what we're still seeing today in these issuances is that your access to capital is definitely stronger.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any time left? No, not really. Anyway, look, I want to say thank you. Maybe just to round off, maybe a minute or two. When we chatted earlier, we asked you to think about what in a way you've sort of said it in some of the things you've said about where you think things are going. I mean, we've talked about in today, we've talked about a unification, a collaboration with a lot of the regulators. People are now looking for global standards. Things need to be easier for people to relate and understand what's happening in the sustainability space. You heard some of the panelists talk about, I don't know if you did, some of the panelists were talking about expectations from their side and what they're also, they were commending Seplat for some of what Seplat's already done. But really thinking about, maybe 2 years from now, you did say, look, things have happened, things are changing. There's a lot of transparency required. They're making some of the reportings are now going to be required. You must comply. But beyond that, what do you see really happening? People are in business to make profits at the end of the day. What we've been talking about today is really making profit in a sustainable way, delivering value, ensuring that your performance is not hurting your environment. But what do you really see happening potentially in the very short term, beyond requirements around being transparent and reporting? What more do you see could happen if everyone can just, within a minute or so, just we'll run through each of you. Can start with you, Alicia, and then we can wrap up.
Sure. Thank you, Eleanor. So yes, greater transparency, like you said, but I think what is increasingly going to be important is, ESG and sustainability. This is just one aspect of the investment case for equity analysts and equity portfolio managers. So, we must not forget the importance of commercial performance and financial performance and delivery. So, I think that there can sometimes be a sense that good ESG can fix a bad commercial performance, and that's really not the case. The two really do go hand in hand. So I think investors kind of want companies to do what they can, do what is within their remit and within their control with regards to their business, but don't kind of stretch beyond your natural capabilities and the natural confines of your business in the pursuit of some ESG excellence. Kind of just keep it relevant to your business and to your people and to the environment you work in.
Thank you, Alicia. Neke, 1 minute.
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm going to focus on transition, and I'm really going to say that we're going to see some momentum pick up in the space. We all very, very focused on it. As a bank, we've committed to developing a transition finance framework next year. And I think in sustainable finance, we've seen a lot of deals being executed, but they've all been in the sectors that are easier to execute, lower ESG risk. I think it's time that we tackle the players that really need the most support and assistance in accessing capital through transition finance markets and in getting to their net zero ambitions. So I think over the next 2 years, we're going to see a lot more of that.
Okay, thank you. And Brian?
Sure. I think what we'd see from the banks is more convergence in terms of the requirements, in terms of specific covenants. So I expect instead of seeing more sustainability linked loans, I would expect some of the, which really are benefits in terms of pricing, I would expect those to turn into harder covenants. I would expect on the ESG rating side also to see more convergence into which ratings agencies people are going to, and consistency across the ratings.
Okay, thank you very much. I know my time is up. Thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you so much, Madam Eleanor. Thank you so much for leading that conversation around financing from the investor's perspective. So, Debo.
Yeah, so let's make use of this. Okay, so right now we're going to have a different kind of setup. We have a couple of panelists who are sitting on colored chairs, and let's just call on Chioma. Yeah.
So, if you remember at the beginning, I said there'll be a bit of disruption, okay? So this last panel is conversations, and conversations cannot be had from the high table. Conversations will be had within us. So I will ask, sir, you're fine where you are. I would ask the SMC to rearrange themselves and just turn your chair, if you don't mind, Effie, Roger, and I would ask Sam and Charles. So we're all going to turn this way, sir. We're all going to just turn a bit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Correct. So we're going to face ourselves and have a conversation. No, face that way. Yes, thank you so much, sir. We're right, we're good, we're looking good. Perfect. Everybody turn face. Edith, you're here. You're here. Yes, yes, correct. So it's like a village meeting. That's the idea. I like how F is. He just arranged himself well. So this is the informal part of this session, and it's going to be conversations. So at the start of this, and for those online, I hope you can still see us. We've asked the cameras to refocus. So at the start of today, the CEO spoke a bit about the Sustainability Management Committee. The first panel with the board, Madam Natalie also alluded to the Sustainability Management Committee. And so please meet the Sustainability Management Committee. And the idea of these conversations are, we have some questions. We worked on a few questions in the team, and we thought that they would help unpack and sort of put into context some of the conversations and the topics that we've spoken about today. We said quite a few things. We're still on topic. We're still going to be looking at transition, the journey, our plan, what are we doing, what do we hope to achieve, but we're going to try to put it in our operations terms and looking truly at how we do business, because we say sustainability is at the heart of all that we do. So the first question will go to Roger, and I think it's about setting the scene. The Sustainability Management Committee was recently formed. You said that. It'll be good for you to share. Can you just pass microphones? Thank you. It'll be good for you to share with us today what the mission and vision of this committee is. And this approach is unique, is different. We say that it's not about a department. The chairman said, think and do as you walk in. Everybody's responsible. So how is this committee going to drive that?
Yeah, okay, well, thanks everyone. So the whole concept behind the SMC really is about making sure it's embedded in the business, totally embedded in the business, right? And so if you look at the members of the SMC, you see around the table here, or in the seats, we have very senior leaders on it. We don't have all of the SLT. We probably should have the SLT, but I think the meetings would be 3x or 4x in time to get that done. So this is a very focused group. But what's really important in it is accountability and ownership. Yeah, okay. If we look at, say, the environmental side of things, let's go back onto that, and let's pick on Sam, because I can see him. You know, Sam's got accountable for measurement, for ensuring that we capture our emissions, we set targets around those emissions, what we're going to measure, how we're going to measure it, and what tasks and targets in the future we're going to set. I expect Sam within his group, and he has hundreds of people within that group, to set those targets. But what he needs to do is he comes to the SMC, and the SMC as a collective group challenges those, debates them, and then we then take that to the SLT, and then we also take it up to the board. So it's a collective feedback mechanism. So whenever Sam ultimately sets those targets, there's a collective buy-in. The same on HR targets with Charles Bandy, on the governance with Edith, with you, Choma, in terms of the social targets. And it's not about anymore about just little targets, it's direction of travel. What's meaningful for us as a business? What do we want to set as our major materiality? How are we going to get measured? And what's relevant? What are we here to do? We're not here just to make money. We're here to actually make a difference to the environment, the communities we operate, the stakeholders, and we need that to be a very sustainable process into the long term. So that's around the mission. The strategy of this group is really to have that detailed focus, meets monthly, okay, has reports back up, and actually we measure, and we're about to, because we only get 2 minutes for this, we're about to set 2024 targets, which will go into sustainability reporting. It will also go into KPIs, which is in the scorecard, and will hit every single employee of Seplat their pocket. So this is why it's really important when we set these targets that we have a universal buy-in. Okay.
Thank you so much, Roger. And you did stick to your 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so just building on from that and moving on, I'm going to go to Alistair. And Alistair is, he had strategy and our business development. And again, we said it's at the heart of our strategy. And we have our 3 pillars: upstream, midstream, new energy. I know earlier on, I think one of the questions asked was around what have we done? How far have we gone? What have we achieved? But I think you have a different perspective, and I think it'll be good to hear that perspective in terms of unpacking the strategy and actually now doing the business, the doing of ESG and sustainability. Can you speak a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the question. I think it's important to step back and just think about why did we change the strategy, or why did Seplat choose to change its strategy? And the reason for that really was that the external environment, and I don't just mean the climate, I mean the external environment, the business environment was changing. And that means that the opportunity in front of Seplat was also changing. So that was the key driver for changing the strategy. And that's why when we did that, we put sustainability and energy transition at the heart of that strategy. So just coming back to the first part of the question, the framing of the question around the 3 pillars, the reason we start to think about the business in terms of the 3 pillars is because that helps us to drive, that structure helps us to drive energy transition. It helps us to, that clarity of the different pillars of the business helps us to think about where we are today and where we might get to in the future. So that's why the 3 pillars is the way we think about the business now. Similarly, in terms of social investment, we think about the social. We think about environmental care. and maximizing value for stakeholders. And again, that's a focus that helps us allocate our resources of the business into those areas. So I would say the first part of the answer to the question is focus. We've created a framework, a structure which allows us to focus on what we think are the right things, the things that are important to Seplat. The second thing I would say is about performance and delivering against that focus. So we're very deliberate about how we allocate capital into the opportunities ahead of us in energy investments, and also choosing where we invest in social and environmentally responsible activities. And the second part of the performance is what Roger just talked about, is we've now aligned all of our performance frameworks around the strategy, which means that right through from the corporate scorecard through to individual staff scorecards, you'll see these things in there, and as Roger says, that's going to hit everybody else in their pocket at the end of the day. So those really are the fundamental changes that we've made so far. And I would say that one of the very good examples of the strategy in action is the access to energy initiatives. So access to energy was one of the key initiatives that we defined in the new strategy. It came into our 2023 scorecard with targets around providing energy solutions for 6 schools and 3 hospitals, and we've delivered those already in 2023. So that's a good example, and we're going to hear more examples of things that we've delivered from others, but that's a very good example of the strategy in action. Thanks.
Thank you. So the 3 pillars, and again, I'm now looking at the 3 pillars of E, S, and G, and so we'll start with the E, and I'm coming to the gentleman on my right, Sam. And earlier on, I know one of the panelists spoke about biodiversity and the environment, and the whole idea around sustainability is about the impact as well on our environment. So when we're building a sustainable business, we look at that. So we signed in a biodiversity policy at the beginning of the year. How far have we gone, or what are our plans in bringing that into action in Seplat going forward? If you could share with us.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thanks, colleagues, for this very insightful question. I would step back and just talk about the policy itself. What is the policy we've put in place? And what is the intent? So first of all, we intended to make the policy very simple, something that you don't have to read a book to understand. And I will just try and pick up, say the policy first, and then highlight the key words. The policy says that Seplat shall, and underline the word shall, maintain and protect biodiversity and habitats as a key fundamental part of our asset management and operations. So we shall maintain and protect. So the key part of it is that first of all, we have to understand the natural and man-made impacts on habitats and biodiversity in our environment, and then begin to mitigate those impacts. So for us in Seplat, now the policy is in place, and I hope that the starting point is that every one of you would remember this, because apart from the things we'll be doing at the strategic level, it is also important that people in the front line, in the operations, understand how their own impacts, how their own activities impact the habitat, impact the biodiversity in our area of operation. And then we'll continue to drive to mitigate those impacts. Now, at the top level, what we have started to do is to start with establishing the baseline of our own operational impacts on habitats and biodiversity as part of our managing the E. We are working closely with Nigerian Conservation Foundation in establishing this. And from there, we will roll out some further actions. But if I then tee off in protecting the habitat and biodiversity. Just today, at the tender board, we approved the tree planting campaign in Edo State with the NCF as well. So this is one big step in making sure that we continuously protect the environment, protect the habitat, and ensure that we give back to the nature. So we will continue to drive this, and we would establish the baseline and then create a more long-lasting strategy and action plan for the years to come. So let me just stop here, Choma, because I know we have a long way to go.
Thank you. Still on the E, and I'm coming to Effie, who was earlier on in the hot seat around new energy, pillar 2, pillar 3, and earlier on also when we talked to the board, Malam Rabiu spoke a bit about the decarbonization efforts, right? So Effie, we know that this is firmly within your space as well. So if you don't mind sharing with us, what have we put in place to decarbonize our processes, especially as we say in our mission that we intend to lead Nigeria's energy transition. So how are we doing this?
Okay, thanks, Chairman. Thank you, everyone. It's actually pleased to see everyone still very, on a Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock, still really focused. Shows how ESG, sustainability. So let me step back a little bit. I've always been a fan of ESG. Didn't start today. You know, we started ESG in this industry 10, 20 years ago. That's why we stopped killing people. Safety becomes critical. We say we stop flaring. So it's just that now it's becoming quite a big item for the capital market and the expectation that companies are not just driven by making profits. It's about responsibility. So for me, I'll think in that sort of thinking, Seplat actually started decarbonization way back from day one when Seplat acquired the asset in the West, monetizing the gas resources, expanding Oben is clearly a decarbonization kind of plan if you look back. So today, where are we? I look at decarbonization in 3 elements. The first part is what we've done so far, installing compressors across, whether it's Amukpe or Oben, where you can compress high pressure gas and put it on the sales market, or you send it to gas lifting, we're doing Amukpe. The second part now, which is a very difficult one, is stop flaring. Flaring is from gas you produce through your LPHP system that goes onto the flare stack. The problem with flaring is you need to invest a lot in compressors. And Seplat is spending a huge amount of money across all our flow stations. So if you go to Amukpe, Sapele, and Oben today, you see all these compressors already on site. These are compressors for low pressure system, 0.5 to about 1 to 2 bar. So it's not like we haven't been installing compressors. We've been installing compressors for years. And I remember the former CEO used to say, every time we install compressors, it seems like you flare more gas. It's just that the context is a bit different. So that second element, by God's grace, end of next year, we'll stop routine flaring, and then we're pretty much gotten rid of about 9% of our greenhouse gas. The last one now is what do you then do around reducing having to burn gas, diesel. So people have asked about, can we not install solar across all the facilities? It's impossible. We use huge amount of power in our flow stations and our gas plant. Huge amount of power that can power a whole community. So what we're doing is take it off, get rid of diesel gen, and then put it in gas gen in there. To be very clear, gas isn't green. Gas, the only thing about gas versus diesel oil is gas gives you about 46-50% of the greenhouse gas equivalent of oil. So once you displace into gas, you're pretty much driving down your GHG emission as well. So that's the third part you see that's happening now in terms of our investment. We're trying to get rid of all the diesel, put gas gen there, so all our plants become driven by gas. In other parts of the world, like North Sea, what they're doing, they're not even burning gas at all. They're taking power from the grid. If Nigeria grid was working, all our power requirements will come from the grid to all of it. So there'll be no need to even burn gas in any field. But overall, I'll say that third element is what we're working now on. How do you pretty much displace the diesel gen, put gas? Where we can do a little bit of small solar scale, we do like Amukpe warehouse, street lights, but it's very, very small scale. The big one is really getting rid of diesel gen and also converting to power-driven turbo machinery like power-driven pumps, power-driven compressors as against gas. So there's so multiple elements we're using to drive that whole decarbonization. And hopefully that takes care by end of next year 9%, and then we then have to focus on tree planting, and then we'll do a major investment in gas to power, renewable energy, and that's sort of a roadmap working in terms of driving net zero emission for this company, which I'm a lot more optimistic. We're not going to wait to 2050. I'm pretty much more optimistic with the 2030, 2035 sort of timeline. But you heard it from the board of directors, 2040, 2050, 2060. That's the official position now. So that's what we're doing across the company. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Effie. So again, like I said, I'm following the E, the S, and the G. So I'm going to the S, and I am coming to Charles. So the S, when we talk about the S, as we all know, we look at human capital, we look at labor, we look at people, we also look at the community. So if I go to the S as it pertains to the people and human rights and labor relations, what are the practical ways, in your opinion, that Seplat can track and enforce human rights, employee relations, not just for our staff, but also looking at our vendors who provide services for us? How are we able to keep track and just keep measuring and keep improving on these things?
Okay, thanks very much, Emma. I think there are a couple of ways in which we do that in practice. I could just hit on three key themes, which hopefully will address the issue. I think the first one is, if you look at our employment contracts, they are modeled to fit, the very best standards in terms of labor practices. And so they are very compliant with Nigerian labor law, but also the international labor organizations. And in those contracts, you see key things like, having a decent living wage, work environment, work practices, and labor relations practices. All of these we aspire to be best in class, and we try to measure them on an annual basis. Specifically with respect to our contractor employees, we also advise them, we have a template and advise them some of these key themes. And what we do on a yearly basis is really to work with them to see that they do some of all of these. Where we do see a gap, we work with them to close those gaps and then have discussions. But when we see consistent failures on the part of the contractors to do that, then they constitute sufficient grounds to terminate the contract. I think the second key point to talk about there really is that if you look at our engagement model, we have our JCC, Joint Consultative Committee. And so in terms of how people have their opinions heard, we use the JCC model to hear the voices of our staff in the sense that they have a say in terms of how they manage and address the issues that pertain to them. And I think the third point around that is really around the whole Seplat People Survey, which we do on an annual basis. And what we try to do is to measure some of these keys, with the best in class. We try to be top quarter. And specifically, we try to address issues like, freedom from harassment and bullying, and ability to speak your mind free without fear of negative consequences. We look at all of this. And so when we see gaps on a yearly basis, we work with our staff to see ways in which we can close the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't ask myself the next question because in the S is community. So I'm not going to ask myself that question. I'm going to just go on to governance because, and I'm going to borrow from what Howard said very quickly and just to re-emphasize that we do have a very strong commitment to the community. I listened to you and you said at the end of the day, the community is, all they want is access to clean water. All they want is to be safe. All they want is access to energy, finance, resource, the basic amenities. And at the core of our community involvement are health, education, social development and infrastructural development, youth empowerment programs, and sustained community engagement. So I think that coming back to our strategy and looking at sustainability, we do have those things embedded in our social. And I just wanted to say that because I picked that from something you shared. So I'm going to go to governance and Edith. So I think Kusum spoke a bit about governance, and I think she borrowed a few words from me because I know that she talked about governance and she talked about risk. So I want you to say a bit about that governance risk and in building this business that we are so proud of, a sustainable business. Can you speak about that?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you everyone for participating in this particular forum. Governance cannot be overemphasized. A lot of people talked about it, and like you said, the board members talked about it. Just to say that we have ESG warriors on the board of Seplat. So we cannot run away from, making sure that our policies, our processes are framed to be in a sustainable manner. And you hear when I say sustainable manner, I'm not talking about delivering ESG. I'm talking about delivering our business and our project in a sustainable sustainable manner. So it is embedded in our governance process. Right from the board, strategy is set, framed, in a sustainable way. There is no project that is brought to the board that the board will not ask, what is your target? How is it going to be sustainable to the company? So it is embedded in our system. In our policies and processes, we have a lot of them. Charles mentioned a few. We try to make sure we are fair. Even in our practices, we have a lot of them. Anti-bullying policies. We have policies on gender, diversity, inclusivity. So a lot of the policies are targeted at making sure that we have parameters in whatever we are implementing. I cannot count enough the policies we have in our operations. We were trying to track it the other day and we saw that it's over 150 or something. But I assure you that these policies shape the way we operate. We try to educate people on the policies. We try to also align with the government, the law on what we should insert in all of these policies. In terms of risk, we track and monitor our governance risks. We know that investors are looking at our standards, so we ensure that even the way we plan our risk, we put in mitigation to ensure that whatever we have inserted, we deliver it. So talking about governance generally and the delivery of ESG, in Seplat, we believe that we do not want to do less harm to society, but we want to do more good, and that is how we deliver our governance.
Thank you so much. You said investors, and so I segue quite nicely to Eleanor and investors as our stakeholders and the kind of feedback we're getting from them, and how does that shape our strategy going forward?
Yeah, thank you very much, Choma. Actually, today has been an extremely rewarding day for me, just listening to everyone, and the fact that we invited some of our key stakeholders demonstrates the importance of not just the investors, but we have a range of other stakeholders. I mean, when you think about our joint venture partners, who I represented here, we had actually we had from NUIMS and we had from NEPL. We have, NUPLC. In fact, we have a number. We have SEC, we have NGX, NMDPR. So there's actually, when I was thinking about it, we do have a number of regulators. And I think the way Seplat has run, even from, this is my 9th year in Seplat, even from when I joined, is that Seplat pays attention to all of our stakeholders, our vendors, our people, our staff, our contract staff. And so we've always thought about our business across a various range of stakeholders. It hasn't just been about the investors. And what we're really about is, following global standards. And so the expectation really from the markets is that Seplat continues to be the operator of choice, the company that complies with rules and regulations, the company that is ensuring that they are also following this transition and this trend around demonstrating our responsibility towards sustainability, the E, the S, the G. And so I think that, that's the expectation. And you heard from some of the people that we invited on the panel today who were talking about, how they see things going and what the expectations, and really the expectations at Seplat, do what you're doing responsibly and do it right. Think about what we've said we are doing. We want to lead Nigeria's energy transition. It's a very big deal. It's a big ask to say you want to be the leaders to support Nigeria in energy transition. Think about Seplat, who has now been invited by FRC to be one of the companies that will do an early adoption for the ISSB standards. And this is because Nigeria did make a promise at COP27 in Egypt last year, saying that they would early adopt. Most companies, like you've all heard today, the compliance for some of these sustainability reporting is actually effective 2024 reporting. But Nigeria said we would adopt early, and they called us. There were a couple of companies they called, and they said, Seplat, you are #1 in compliance. They did assessments with us last year, and they were very pleased with our manner of reporting, and they've said we will be one of the companies that will be the leaders to demonstrate that Nigeria can early adopt, and they're working with us to help us deliver that. So ultimately, what we're really about, it goes back to the mission. We want to deliver, affordable, reliable, and accessible energy for the nation so that people's lives are improved. So that's the expectation. It's not changing from, how the market sees us. You heard the regulators today. This is what they see. They've even started to highlight to us some of the things when we're talking about the MPNU deal. They're already beginning to alert us at the things that we need to be paying attention to. So we have very good people working with us. We don't call them stakeholders. They're like partners as well as stakeholders. And they've been doing, all the things that we've achieved because our joint venture partners, NEPL, NUIMS, have worked with us, supported us to deliver all that we've delivered. So thank you.
Thank you. And just a few minutes to just applaud our partners who are here with us and for the advice. And thank you so much. Thank you for the candor and how you've approached not just sustainability but the partnership across our operations. So my last question, I think, tries to wrap up the whole ESG story and bringing it home to Nigeria. And there's been like an age-old debate, between the environment and development. So that E and S, and how compatible are they, especially where you look at development in a fast-growing population like Nigeria. So for Nigeria, bringing it home, are the E and the S incompatible? Roger, your thoughts?
Okay, it's an age-old debate, right? And I think E and S can live together. I think it's very important, but let's just define what that really is. Okay, so Seplat is a Nigerian company. This is where we operate. We have to define our business model that's right for Nigeria. Okay, but obviously you've heard today we get a lot of the capital from inside Nigeria, we get our capital from Africa, and we get our capital from all around the world. So we have to be very mindful of how we attract that capital and deploy that capital. So when you look at E and S, if you look at the developed world, it's very focused on E. And it's because, if you are living in Scotland, it's highly unlikely you're going to go in and cut down a tree to cook for the evening, right? You're going to go into your kitchen and turn on your cooker and it works. It's very different from being in our communities where actually firewood is 80% of the fuel within for energy. So what we have to do is we have to balance the E and the S together. And can it coexist? Absolutely. You've heard today, what are we going to do in the environmental side? What we are doing is we're decarbonizing, we're getting efficient, we're plugging leaks, we're looking at LPG, which will displace firewood and actually avoid deforestation. We're looking at Tree for Life projects. So we're looking to carbon and looking at the targets around carbon zero. And a big part of that will be the Flares Out program, which will end at the end of next year. So we'll be a lot more efficient. So in terms of the E, we're addressing, I must put this in context, Africa total is 3% of the world's CO2 emissions. And I think if we monetize all the gas, it wouldn't even add another percentage. So actually, in terms of Africa, it's a very low carbon environment. And if you took actually the carbon sequestration of the Congo and places like that, right, it's probably carbon neutral already if you really measure it properly. But anyway, as Africa, as Nigeria, we signed up to Paris Accord, as Seplat commitments is to an environmental position is to actually decarbonize, get efficient. But actually, for us, is the S is probably the most important thing for us in terms of access to energy. And we keep talking about this. We've defined what access to energy is all about. We cannot, as a country, address the 220 million people we have today and the 200 million that are coming in the next 30 years, right? Without an affordable energy source. Nothing else can develop. I know, and we're at the forefront of this, is that if we don't lower the cost of energy, electricity, how can people develop and grow when you're paying 60, 70, 80 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity? You can't. So what are we doing? Well, our gas developments, actually our gas processing that we started years ago, that gas will displace diesel and PMS. And if you look at on-grid gas today, it's about 10 cents a kilowatt hour. And so we're going to do a lot more in terms of doing that. That cheaper energy, affordable, accessible, and reliable energy will then allow schools to operate, universities to operate, businesses to grow. Nigeria has a massive place in the world's tech, biomedical, FMG, media. This is a vibrant place, but the biggest barrier to the growth of that place is affordable, accessible, and reliable energy. So actually the social agenda is probably the most important thing we are doing, but we're also addressing the E at the same time. So to answer the question, they can coexist. Our strategy is very well thought out to address both, okay? But it's actually, we're addressing it on the basis that it's right for Nigeria, the place that we operate and we love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that wraps it up. I know I'm out of time because I can see Debo hovering. But thank you so much to the SMC. We tried to touch on questions that we felt were pertinent, and we tried to be as open and as simple as possible. And you'll be seeing more coming through from the work that will be done in that management committee. So back to Debo, and we can turn our seats back now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to go to the the penultimate item on the agenda for today.
Yes, I'm carrying 3 mics because, and that's, we're going to have presentation of gifts, celebrating our
Sustainability champion.
Yes. And to help us with that, we'll be calling on
our technical director, Gary Thompson. He'll be helping us with that, as well as Madam
Hawa.
Yes, Madam Hawa.
Madam Hawa, please.
So once Gary's through, then we'll call up for you. So Gary, over to you, please.
Yes.
So one of us sustainability champions will be presented to Christian Iwibu. He's in the building. Can we put a round of applause for him? And if he's not, somebody can please walk up and take the certificate on his behalf. Quickly, please. We need to just do this in 5 minutes.
Simeon Ogari, please collect this on behalf of Christian. Put your hands together for him.
Okay. Next is Godwin Atigan.
Godwin Atigan, our HSC.
I saw him
okay.
earlier.
Yes.
Okay.
Miss
So
Dr. Adeshina is coming. Yes.
Him.
Yeah. Yes. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes up to the stage.
And the next is Seme.
Seme.
And
Zaku.
Can you come quickly? And while Seme is coming up, we have Chris Ulu. If Chris is not around, somebody can just walk.
Effie's here.
Oh, amazing. On behalf of Chris, Effie will be taken back. And Gary, one more person. The next is Solomon Ewe Kosima. If he's not here, someone can please quickly come up and have this on his behalf. Thank you, Gary, once this is through. Thank you, Simeon. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Madam Howard, please raise the hand.
Please put your hands together for Madam Awa Usman. You know, she captivated me when she was talking so much about the community.
So Charles Ifediba, are you around? He's not. Somebody kindly walk up quickly.
Yes, of course. From his directorate again, Simeon Ogari is here.
Okay. And next is Uche Gob Agundu. Oh, she's right
yeah,
here.
she's right here. And she represents one of aspects of a social champion. Swan.
Olukai Adebo next.
We have Dr. Adeshina again coming on his behalf. Yes. That was the gentleman that did the safety moment. And last but not the least, Omotayo Omidiji.
Omotayo, you were here earlier.
Omotayo is one of our talents, always talking technology, new energy. Oh, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Madam Usman. Okay.
So next on the agenda, we're wrapping up. We are wrapping up. So we'll call in our director legal to take us through the vote of thanks and just wrap up. Then after that, we'll be stepping right outside for the tour of exhibition, which will be led by our director, external affairs and sustainability, Madam Chioma. So over to you, ma'am.
Please put your hands together for our director legal and company secretary, Mrs. Edith Onwuchekwa.
Thank you very much, Compass. Very good job. Thank you for having a 3 and also hour session and giving me about 2 minutes to wrap up, even if I'm AI. Okay, we've had a lot. This has really been an exciting session. I cannot tell you enough what we have learned. We started with our chairman who talked about Seplat and what we do in terms of Seplat. In a nutshell, he says we don't have Mr. ESG. ESG is everybody's business in Seplat. So we think and do ESG in Seplat. Our CEO continued talking about how our vision is about providing affordable, accessible, and reliable energy. And Seplat is working to drive down the cost of energy. Also, we had a panel of board members who re-emphasized the fact that ESG is at the heart of Seplat's strategy. We cannot measure what we cannot manage. So Seplat conducts detailed gap analysis and ensure necessary policies for strong decision making, which is very important in our ESG. We embed it in the mind of the company. And we also found out that by 2024 December, Seplat will be out of routine flaring. So next we had a panel session with new energy team and our director, Effie, and he talked about the fact that we've been exploring a broad range of opportunities on Pillar 3, and we are trying to deliver power in the Nigerian space in Lagos. So we're already leaders in domestic gas. We intend to grow our gas business with ANO coming in, Staplet Gas project. Our gas business is expanding. And then we had our regulators, our JV partners talk about cracking down on greenwashing. So ESG is key. They told us how we should make sure in strategic planning and setting timelines in whatever we do in our project that is very critical, and that we should include stakeholder engagement in whatever we do. We should ensure that our policies are aligned with government policies, and we should develop a robust GHG emission asset. We have had a lot of that and all the advice that you have given. And on the NGX side, they talked about corporate governance rating system and about sustainability reporting, which Seplat is also a part of. On ESG sustainable financing, we've heard that investors are requiring companies to be more transparent, and the way they engage with companies are even being followed with data points. So that is very important, that we build confidence of our investors. So sustainability generally is no longer about doing less harm, like we have said, it's about doing more good. On that note, we want to thank everyone that has participated. We have had people from NEPL, NMDPRA, NOIMS, NGX. We thank our board members, our chairman, who was here but had to leave for a function. We thank the SLT, SMC members. We thank our staff, the external affairs team. Let us put our hands together for the external affairs team, Chioma Affair, Grace, Amadi, Florence, and everyone that has contributed to the success of today. This is a job well done. We thank every staff of Seplat Online in the room that participated in this process. We hope that by passing through this session, we will be able not only to think ESG, but do ESG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Edith. Put your hands together for her. Don't drop the energy. It's Seplat Energy. And so we're going to call on the SLT members to come to take picture with our partners. We call on everybody. Please come up stage. Let's put our hands together for them as they come up stage. Madam Grace, you have to join them in this one.
So at the count of ESG.
ESG. Thank you very much. So we now have the exhibition section on the outside. Thank you very much.
So we will just need to walk out. What? General picture. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm told that we can also have. We should also come for general pictures. Although.
If you're seated, please come.
See Charles. The audio visuals, I think it would be good if you guys can give us some light music, at the background, to kind of serenade us, That's part of the social aspect of it.